Hello, and welcome to our course on JavaScript. My name is Bill Mead, and I've been teaching and learning about JavaScript for many years. Here I am in California, outside on this beautiful day, not that many miles away from where JavaScript was invented over 25 years ago. It's a fun programming language. I think you'll enjoy learning it. It can be frustrating and maddening at times when you can't get it to work, but when you do get things to work the way you want them to work, it's super satisfying. It's become one of the most popular programming languages on the planet, and as we go through this course and through this specialization, I think you'll really start to understand why. It's super satisfying and it's easy to get started with, and if you're new to programming, don't worry. We're going to start at the very beginning and get you going all on the right track. So buckle in and let's get started learning JavaScript. Welcome to the first module on JavaScript. In this module, we'll get into the basics of the language. We'll talk about variables and arrays and these kinds of things that you see in a lot of programming languages. But we'll also talk about the history of JavaScript and do a real introduction to the language. And the history of JavaScript is super interesting because it has an impact on how we write JavaScript. And that's really interesting to see how a language has evolved and developed and how that affects the way you write modern, up-to-date JavaScript. And I think you'll learn a lot from this, and you'll be able to do some interesting things with JavaScript as you go along. So stick with me, and we will have a lot of fun in this first module, learning about JavaScript and the basics of the language. Unlike a pillbox, which really can't hold much more than just pills, you can put anything into an array in JavaScript. You can even put an array in an array. So you can think about a pillbox with a subcontainer with even smaller divisions in it. So let's take a look at what that looks like. I'm going to switch back over to my tab here. And I'm going to clear out this tab by clicking the clear button there. And I'm just going to paste this in, but you might want to type it. You could, it's a little bit hard to type and get right, but it's worth trying if you can. But I'm going to paste this vehicles array in here. And now if I want to access an element from this array, I could do vehicles square bracket 1. That's going to go and get the line that starts with which element. There we go. And then, so it's going to get me this, because this is 0, and now this is 1, right? So that's going to get me that into that subarray. You can see it sort of showing up down there. And then if I do square bracket 2, that's going to get me the explorer element in that subarray. So you can do things like that with arrays. That's kind of complicated, and you're not probably going to be doing arrays inside of arrays to start off with, but it's an important thing to understand about arrays is they're very flexible tools that you can use to hold groups of data, and that's very useful. Another thing that's interesting is that a regular variable holding a string can be treated like an array in JavaScript. So if I make a variable var joke equals the chicken crossed the road. Now I've got a variable called joke, but I can actually treat it like an array. I could do joke square bracket 4, and that's going to get me the C in chicken, because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to get me that C in chicken. Or I could do joke.length and it'll tell me that there are 28 characters in that string. So that's kind of an interesting thing to understand about arrays as well. A great place to go to find some websites that will show you the way JavaScript can interact with the website is this awards website with the extra W's in here. And I have that website pulled up over here. And you can come here and look through some of the different sites that have won awards. And they tend to be pretty innovative and interesting sites. I have a few pulled up that I just pulled up just now. These aren't pulled up for any special reason other than that I looked at them and I thought that they had some interesting interactions, whether you're talking about following the mouse or coming over here and the animation around the circle or the way these images pop in, this is all being done with JavaScript, this kind of thing. And then, here we are on the NASA, on one of the NASA spacecraft website here, and you can click on one of these things and it'll come up and show you the different pictures and give you some other interactions, including some sounds as you work around it. Or this website over here, which as you scroll through does some interesting interactions as you're scrolling through the website, that kind of stuff. So look around on the web, and wherever you see interactions happening, whether, it's a map like this or all kinds of interactions are being created by JavaScript. Great, you've seen some interactions on websites, and you've probably seen plenty of others in other websites or gone off and found your own. But let's talk about some other reasons why we should learn JavaScript. First of all, it's the most popular programming language in the world, and that's a really exciting thing to find out about JavaScript and a good reason to learn JavaScript. There's also a low barrier of entry to the field, whereas if you're learning Java or C or C++, you're going to need a lot of experience before you can get to a really good paying job. But JavaScript and the web is kind of the gateway to programming and to the tech industry in this way. So it's really good to learn JavaScript for that reason. And then finally, it is the language of the web. And now it goes well beyond the web. We have Raspberry Pi and other devices that can all be programmed with JavaScript, robots and all kinds of things where JavaScript exists. Gaming engines, the Unity gaming engine uses JavaScript as well as C#. So there are lots of places where you can use JavaScript, but it is ultimately the language of the web. It is the scripting language for the web browser, and it's native to the web browser. So that's a really great place to start with programming. The story of JavaScript is really interesting. It really is the story of an underdog who became king. JavaScript didn't start off as the most popular programming language. And it's really important to understand this path that JavaScript has taken through history because it has a big impact on how we write JavaScript. JavaScript was written by this gentleman here, Brandon Eich, in 1995 over the course of 10 days while he was working at Netscape. And I'm not going to go into great detail on the history here, but it's a really good thing to look up. It's a very interesting story in and of itself. But he wrote the language in a very short amount of time, and that's an important thing to understand about this language. Another important thing to understand about the JavaScript programming language is it's not the same language as Java. It was originally a language called Mocha, and they changed the name to JavaScript really as a marketing ploy. But it's not actually the same language as Java. They're two completely different languages, and it's easy as a beginner to get confused between Java and JavaScript. As I said before, JavaScript had some rough beginnings. The early years of JavaScript were plagued by bad implementations, developers who just despised the language, mostly due to poor poor documentation, and it was greatly misunderstood as a language. And this gentleman, Douglas Crockford, did a lot to help people understand the incredible value of JavaScript as a language and its strengths as well as its weaknesses. He wrote a book called JavaScript: The Good Parts. And it's a legendary book because in this book, he really talks about how JavaScript has some of the best features any programming language has ever had, right alongside some of the worst features. And becoming a good JavaScript developer is about understanding how to leverage the best parts of the language while minimizing the worst parts of the language. And we'll be seeing some examples really quickly of some parts of the language that are good and not so good right off the bat. And I'll be pointing those out, and you'll see that as we go along, we write JavaScript in ways to minimize the bad features of the language. And when I say bad features, what I mean are features that can lead to more errors, lead to confusion in the programming, and so on and so forth. But it's also a very expressive language. It's a very powerful language. Some of the ideas behind it are very interesting and very powerful, even though they're different from other languages, which was behind some of the frustration that people had with it initially. They just didn't understand it because it was different. It's really important to understand the development of JavaScript over the years. And this is because the way JavaScript has developed has really impacted the way that we write JavaScript. So having a little bit of understanding of this history is really important as you learn the language. And again, I'm just going to cover just the very basics, but there's a lot to this history, and it's a fascinating history and worth looking into if you're interested in that kind of thing. And you can find out about it by looking it up on the web, or there's plenty of books about it and that kind of stuff. But just to be brief about it, again, we know that JavaScript was originally written in 1995 in 10 days by Brendan Eich and his team at Netscape. And then in 1997, the first version of the standard was released. And the standard is created by the European Computer Manufacturers Association. And essentially, the people in California went to Europe, to this association, to get this language rubber stamped. It didn't turn out to be quite that easy, but that's a longer story. But in 1997, the first version, ECMAScript 1, was standardized and released. And then a third version, the second version never really quite happened, but the third version came out in 1999 with some minor changes and fixes. The fourth version is an interesting story, and one that I won't go into great depth on. But again, you can look it up for yourself. But essentially, if you'll recall, I had said earlier that there was a lot of arguing about the direction of JavaScript. And there were a lot of developers that didn't really understand it. And there was some push to make JavaScript more like other programming languages that we are already familiar with and comfortable with. And Douglas Crockford really stepped in and said, wait, look, JavaScript is its own language and it has its own powerful features in its own right. And if you understand it and make use of that power, then it really is valuable to keep it the way it is. And it took a while for him to convince people of that. But in 2009, they released ECMAScript 5, and ECMAScript 4 was scrapped. They started to go a different direction entirely, and then they scrapped that direction entirely. And so they released ECMAScript 5 in 2009. And this is the version that when it was released, everybody had kind of come together around the table and said, JavaScript is going to be the scripting language for the web. And because everybody had agreed with that, this is when JavaScript really took off and made it past its troubled beginnings and its difficult beginnings. was here in 2009. In 2009 is when JavaScript became king of the web, because all of the major players agreed that this was going to be the scripting language, the programming language of the web. And they built in a lot of features. There's a lot that's built into ECMAScript 5 that we'll be using throughout this course. Over the next 10 years, there was a lot of work on JavaScript. And they really wanted to move it from being a scripting language to a general all-purpose language, something that was very powerful. And in 2015, ES6, what is commonly referred to as ES6, was released. Sometimes it's called ECMAScript 2015. Those two terms are interchangeable. But ES6 was released, and it's a big release. A lot changed, and a lot was added, and a lot of JavaScript was made more powerful and turned into a more general all-purpose programming language. And a lot of what you'll be learning in this course are pieces from the 2009 ECMAScript 5 standard and pieces from the ECMAScript 2015 ES6 standard together, which really make up the major part of JavaScript. Since 2015, the standardizing body has been in a nice cadence of releasing new versions each year. And from then on, instead of calling it ES7 and ES8 and that kind of stuff, they stuck with the year. So they came out with ECMAScript 2016, ECMAScript 2017, and so on and so forth. And each year there are smaller new additions added, but on the whole, these additions are fairly small, and there'll be more advanced pieces that we won't see nearly as much of in this course, because this is a beginner's course, but we will be doing a lot with ECMAScript 5 and ES6, or ECMAScript 2015. So dive in, and I hope you enjoy learning about JavaScript as we go along here. Tools and skills needed for success for learning JavaScript. First, we'll talk about software, and then we'll talk a little bit about hardware. The first thing you're going to need in order to work with JavaScript and write JavaScript is a good code editor. And I recommend using Visual Studio Code, not to be confused with the Visual Studio product, but Visual Studio Code. And I have that in this browser tab here. And you can download that for the Mac or for Windows, or I believe also for Linux. You can get Visual Studio Code. And it's a really good code editor. It's very popular these days. There are plenty of other code editors out there. You could use Atom, you could use Sublime Text. Even if you have Dreamweaver, you could use that as a code editor. Dreamweaver has a lot of other stuff built into it that you don't need, but it works perfectly fine as a code editor if you want to use that as well. The second thing you're going to need is a web browser. And I'm going to recommend that you use Chrome. Chrome has a lot of the developer tools that developers use. They're built right into Chrome and they're easy to access. You could also use Safari or Firefox or Microsoft Edge, or Brave is another browser out there. And there are other browsers out there as well. And many of them also have developer tools. But most developers use Chrome and get comfortable with the Chrome developer tools. So I recommend that you download Chrome and use that browser. You're also going to need an image editor. And if you have access to Photoshop, that's great. Photoshop is fantastic for this kind of thing. But if you don't have access to Photoshop, there's another one called GIMP, which is free. And you can go download GIMP, and I have that pulled up here. So you can actually download GIMP for Mac or for Windows and that kind of stuff. There are also online tools, web pages that will allow you to upload your image and optimize it for the web and do some different kinds of image editing right through your browser. So you might find some of those types of tools as well. But you will need some sort of image editor to help you with working with images. That's kind of a nice to have. It's not absolutely necessary, but it's really kind of nice to have. Next, you're going to need a computer and internet access. It may sound obvious that you're going to need internet access to do an internet class, but you are going to need that, and you will need a computer, whether it's a laptop or a desktop. What's not going to work very well is either a Chromebook or a tablet or a phone. You're really going to need something that you can write code on and save files to. And iOS is not, you can make it work, but it's not really up to the task. You'll be fighting it every step along the way. So you want to be working with Mac OS X or Windows 10 on a computer in order to really make this work. Let's talk about some of the skills you need in order to be successful learning JavaScript. First and foremost, you need to be able to type. And by typing, I mean typing with 10 fingers without looking at your fingers, touch typing. And it will really help you to be able to do this. If you're somebody who hunts and pecks with 1 finger or 2 fingers, you may be pretty fast at it, but it really will slow you down for programming. And so I recommend that you do some online typing programs. There's plenty of places online where you can learn how to type. You don't have to be terribly fast at typing, but you do need to be accurate. Or if you're not accurate with typing, you have to at least stop and go back and fix every single error. And I have known a lot of students over the years that struggle a lot with typing, and it really impedes their ability to learn something like JavaScript. So I really recommend that you get those keyboarding skills if you don't have them already. The second thing that you need is you need to be able to manage your files. That means that when you save a file on your computer, you know where it is, not just going into the file menu and choosing the most recent files thing. If that's what you do to find your files, then you need to really get good at file management. And if your desktop looks like the picture here, then you're going to be in trouble. Make sure you're comfortable with saving files into folders and you know how to do that and where those folders are. On the web, everything is linked. So if a file cannot be found, if a file is not in the right place, then your project will break. And we don't want that to happen. So make sure you clean up all of your files and work with a clean desktop. And for every project, you should have a folder, and all the files you need for that project should be in that folder. The next thing that you need is persistence. Learning JavaScript is not easy. It's challenging. And maybe that's true for every programming language. But JavaScript in particular, it's got some quirks to it, and it takes some getting used to. And there will be times when you're frustrated, when things aren't working the way you think they should, and you just need to take a break, step away from it, and then come back to it. But come back to it because it's worth learning. And even though it's hard, it's definitely worth putting in the effort and being persistent to get there. I have told many students over the years, if you're not banging your head against the wall, you're not learning JavaScript. All my students will tell you that I say that over and over and over again. And it's frustrating, especially in that moment when you realize you just left out one character or a semicolon or something like that, and that broke the entire script. But stick with it, keep working at it, stay calm, keep pushing forward, and you'll make a lot of progress with it, I promise. The next skill that you need is to be good with logic. And logic is a learned skill. Some people are naturally very logical, but it's something that you can practice and develop. And there are lots of tools and games out there that will help you build your logic skills. Sudoku is a great place to go for puzzles that will help you build your ability to use logic. Programmers often use math as well, but math is not that important to begin with. It's really the logic skills that you need. You might need some basic arithmetic, but I don't do a lot of programming that involves very sophisticated math, and a lot of programmers don't. There are programmers that do, but we don't need that in order to get good at JavaScript. But you do need to be good with logic. The next thing is you really should know HTML and CSS as well as you can. JavaScript manipulates the HTML and CSS that makes up the page. That's how it works. That's what it does. And if you don't know HTML and CSS, you don't really know what you're manipulating. So I recommend building some skills with HTML and CSS if you don't already have them. And a good place to go is this Interneting is Hard website here. This is a really great tutorial. They've got a lot of really great, it's very simple the way they've explained things, and they've got a lot of great examples and tutorials here that will help you with learning HTML and CSS, and it's free. So I recommend going and looking through the Interneting is Hard website if you need to get caught up on HTML and CSS. Or if you've never done any HTML and CSS at all, then maybe take a course in HTML and CSS before diving into JavaScript. In summary, there's a low barrier for entry to this class. The software is free. You don't need a super fast or super fancy computer. And getting good at JavaScript can be a ticket to a high-paying job and a good life. But it's not easy. You're going to have to work hard to get there. But it really is worth it if you keep working at it. And I hope that you continue with us and see all the cool things that you can do with JavaScript. JavaScript Variables. It's good practice when programming to write code that is as generalizable as possible. It allows the code to be reused and helps limit the effort of writing and maintaining redundant code. Imagine somebody gave you a robot as a gift to do chores around your house. You have to teach it how to do your chores. What if you wanted to teach it to wash the dishes? That would be great. It'd be really helpful to have a robot wash the dishes for you. But what if you had to write different instructions for each dish in your house? That would be a lot of dishes and perhaps a lot of instructions, and that wouldn't be so great. What we can do with the variable is that we can treat it as like a container, and then we can write a set of directions and pass each item through that set of directions. So here in this diagram, currently, we're going to rinse the food off the silverware and then wash the silverware with soap and water, and then dry the silverware with a towel, and then move on to the next thing, which perhaps might be a cup. The box, the red box that you see here, is really the variable. It's a temporary container that we can pass these items through, and we can teach our robot to wash all of the items one at a time using this container. And that will make your instructions more modular and more reusable. And that's really helpful. There are many ways of declaring a variable in JavaScript. We'll start with one of the most basic ways, which is using the var keyword, VAR. So here, I have a variable called x I'm creating, and JavaScript will then recognize x as a variable, and I'm assigning it an empty string, 2 sets of quote marks there, followed by a semicolon. And that means that variable x holds an empty string. On the next example, I have a variable called cheese that I've created, and it's holding a string called yummy. The equal sign here is an assignment operator. It means assigned. So yummy is assigned to cheese. It's easy to use the word equals because we're used to seeing the symbol in association with math, where we see 2 + 2 = 4, and we say equals. But in programming, we want to say assigned. Yummy is assigned to cheese. And then the next example, we have a variable called age, and it's assigned a value of 25. 25 is a number. It doesn't need to go inside quotes because JavaScript knows what a 25 is. In JavaScript, variables are case sensitive and they have to follow certain rules. For example, a variable has to start with a letter. You can't start with a number. So this variable over here that says 1 cat is not going to work because it starts with a number. Also, you should not start variables with something like a $sign. They're used a lot by libraries, so you should not do that as well. The third example, my-cat, is not going to work because JavaScript sees the dash as a minus sign. So it thinks you're trying to subtract cat from my, which is not going to work at all either. Also, you can't have a space in a variable name because var my might be a variable, but then it doesn't know what to do with cat because it sees that as a separate thing because there's a space in there. And then finally, there are certain keywords in JavaScript that you can't use as names of variables, like new is a keyword. And over here, I have some of the keywords pulled up on the W3 Schools website. W3 Schools is one of the places you can go to get a lot of information about JavaScript, basic information. We'll also look a lot at the MDN, the Mozilla Developer Network, which is really the most authoritative place to get information about JavaScript, but it can be a little bit overwhelming at first as well. But the W3 Schools is a little bit easier to understand. You can see here that there are a bunch of keywords, and you'll notice that some of them have an asterisk in here. Words marked with an asterisk are new in ECMAScript 5 and 6. Remember, we talked about the versions of JavaScript. So now when you see ECMAScript 5 and 6, you know that we're talking about ECMAScript 5, which was released in 2009. That was the big release then. And ECMAScript 6, or ES6, was the version that was released in 2015. Okay, so these are all keywords that you can't use as names for variables in JavaScript. Over on the right in this image here, you'll see we have variable cat with lowercase c, variable cat all in uppercase letters, and variable cat with a capital C. These are 3 different variables that hold 3 different values. It's generally better practice to use lowercase letters when creating variables, or to do what's called camel casing, like we have down at the bottom here. My cat with a capital C in the middle. So it's kind of like a hump in the middle. We like camels in JavaScript. So that's called camel casing. That's not specific to JavaScript, but it's something that is in a lot of programming languages. But we use that frequently in JavaScript. You'll frequently see variables that are using camel casing. We've been talking long enough about JavaScript, so now it's time to actually get down and write some. And I hope you're ready to do that because it's pretty exciting to start seeing it come alive on web pages. And it'll be a little while before we start making really interesting things, but we'll be working with the basics now. So let's get started with that. And what we can do with our browser is we can actually open just a new browser tab and use the console to write some JavaScript. Because JavaScript is native to the browser, we can write it right into the browser and it'll actually do stuff in the browser. So that's pretty cool. So I have a new tab over here, and you can create a new tab for yourself. And I'm just going to right click and choose inspect. And you have to right click on the white area. You can't right click on an element or something like that. But right click on the white area and choose inspect. And that'll bring up the inspector in Chrome. And again, I'm in Chrome. And when I do that, it might put the inspector over here. It might do some different kinds of things. Some different buttons might be selected. But what you can do is you can use these buttons here. You can arrange this thing, make it bigger or smaller. You can use these buttons to move this inspector around. So this button here will allow me to choose where I want it to display. Right now it's on the right, but I could put it on the left, or I could put it on the bottom. I want it on the bottom in this case. Sometimes it's helpful to tear it off entirely into a different window, which is this icon, but I'm going to leave it down here on the bottom. And then I want to close this thing down here because that's just giving me some information. And I'm going to make this come up here. And right now I'm on the Elements tab, and I can see the HTML that is making up this page. And you can actually drag around on here and you'll see different elements of the page will get highlighted. But what I really want to do to write some JavaScript is the console. So click on the console and you'll see if there are any errors coming up or anything like that. And this is something coming over from Google right now. There's some sort of error here and I don't really care about that. So I'm going to click on this little clear console button here to clear the console and get rid of that error. And now I can do things like create a variable. Var cheese equals yummy. And again, yummy is assigned to cheese, the variable cheese here. Put a semicolon and press enter. Now, before I do this, another thing that's useful is if this is seeming very small on your screen, you can use Control or on Windows or Command on the Mac and plus the plus key to make the text larger, or the minus key to make it smaller, plus and minus, or you can do Command 0 to put it back to the default size. So a lot of times when I'm working with students, they have trouble seeing the syntax, and I recommend making the actual code larger so that you can see it better. So I'm going to make it larger like that. So var cheese equals yummy. Great. Undefined is sort of the return value. This doesn't have a return value. I'm just assigning a variable here. So don't worry about the fact that it says undefined here. Now that I've defined this variable, if I type cheese, you'll see that I get yummy. That comes back. That's the return value for that variable name. I'm going to make a new variable, my num, and assign it a value of 5. And I get a 5 back. That returns the value of 5. So I could make another variable. When I created my num, you'll notice I forgot to use the var keyword, and that's fine. JavaScript will adjust for that in this case, and we'll talk later about what happens when you don't use the var keyword. But in this case, it's fine. It actually created a variable called my num and assigned it 5. But it would be better to use the var keyword. Var my other num equals 6. That comes back undefined. And this came back with 5 because of the fact that I didn't use the var keyword. But if I do my num, you'll see I'll still get 5. If I do my other num, and you'll notice that in Chrome, it's predicting what I'm going to type. And if I press tab on the keyboard, I don't even have to type that whole thing. I can do something like var sum equals my num plus my other num. And I can even pick it from the list using my keyboard here, so I don't even have to type it. Now, if I do sum, you'll notice I get an 11 because it's doing basic arithmetic. I can also use a method called console.log. Console.log. And I could do my num times my other num. Oops. Semicolon, and you'll notice that I get 30 because it's taken 5 and multiplied it by 6. Now we're in the console, so we don't have to use the console.log statement here, the console.log method, but because I can just do my num times my other num, this one here. And you'll see I still get 30. But I'm showing you the console.log method because when we start working with files, we'll use this method a lot to send things to this console. While I'm in the console, I don't actually need to use it. Here you can see I've cleared out the console by clicking this clear thing here. That won't actually forget any of the code that you've put. If you do want to actually forget the variables, you can click the refresh button up here, and that will actually forget everything. Now I'm getting the error that came back just with the Google page, but I can clear that here. So I can actually create variables fresh that way. So use this refresh button if you really want to clear out what your code remembers. So now if I were to type cheese, it'll tell me that it doesn't have cheese as defined anymore because I refreshed the page. But let's do this. I'm going to make a variable var not num. I'm going to assign it a value of 5, but I'm putting it in quotes because it's not really a number. It's a string with a number in it. And I could make another variable, var new num. I'm going to assign it a value of 10. So that's it. That's actually a number. Now watch this. If I do new num plus not num, it gives me a 105 inside quotes. Now, JavaScript is loosely typed. You do not have to specify what type of data a variable is going to hold when you create the variable. And a lot of people don't like that about JavaScript. And way back in the day, when they were working on ECMAScript 4, you'll remember that version was never released. They were thinking seriously about switching JavaScript to being a more strongly typed language, like other languages, where you have to declare what type of data a particular variable will hold when you create the variable. But in JavaScript, you don't have to do that. And Douglas Crockford, who we mentioned earlier, made a strong argument that the loosely typed nature of JavaScript is actually very expressive and very powerful in its own way if you know how to use it properly. But it can lead to confusion. And here's a good example of that, where we might get something that we don't expect. Perhaps we expected to add 10 to 5 and get 15, but instead we got 105 in a string. So that's kind of an important distinction and something important to understand about the way JavaScript works. Another thing to note is that the plus operator in JavaScript does double duty. It will add numbers together, so we could make another variable, var new num2, and assign it a value of 6. And then I could do new num plus new num2, and it'll give me 16. So it'll add numbers together, but it will also concatenate strings. So here we were seeing the plus sign actually doing some concatenating because one of those elements was a string. So it concatenated it together, and I got 105. And down here, when we use the plus sign, it's actually adding. This is a problem in JavaScript, and they've done some things in the language to help mitigate the fact that the plus sign does both things. But, and we'll look at what we can do to deal with that. We'll look at some better ways of putting strings together other than using the plus sign. But these features of JavaScript that were built in from the beginning persist to this day. And the plus sign still does two things. It concatenates and it adds. So here we're seeing already very much at the beginning of the course things about JavaScript that are a little bit different. We're seeing that it is a loosely typed language, and that's unusual. We're also seeing that the plus sign does double duty, and that's not only unusual, but a little bit problematic. And so already you're learning a little bit about why we use JavaScript in certain ways, or why we type it in certain ways. And we'll get into more detail about that as we go along. I'm going to clear out my console here. Press the clear button there. And then I'm going to create a new variable, var my_num equals 10. Sure, we'll put that in there. And then I'm going to make another variable, var my_num as string. I'm going to make a variable there and we'll call it 5. But that variable, again, is a string. Now, it's important to note that even though JavaScript is loosely typed, it doesn't mean that variables don't have a type. So if I do type of, which is a method that allows me to pass in a variable like my_num, it'll tell me that it is in fact a number. Whereas if I do type of my_num is string, I can actually pick it from the list here so I don't have to type the whole thing. It'll tell me that's a string. If I make a variable var undefined variable and leave it empty, so there's nothing in here, I could do type of undefined variable to get my variable here. And you'll see that I get undefined. Or I could do var nothing at all and assign it null. And I could do type of nothing at all. And I get object. So that's kind of interesting. So these are all very different variables with different values. And that's an important thing to understand about JavaScript, but they do have type associated with them. Let's try one more. I'm going to make another variable, var empty string. And I'm going to assign it a couple of quotes. And if I do type of empty string, you'll see even though there's nothing in there, there's nothing really assigned to this variable, the fact that I put a pair of quotes there means that it is, in fact, a string. It's also kind of important to note that I could use single quotes or double quotes in JavaScript. They do the same thing. So it doesn't really matter if you use single quotes or double quotes at all. Now, if you want to find out more about the type of method, you could come over here and just Google JavaScript type of. And the MDN will come up very quickly, if not the first. Sometimes you'll get W3 schools. The MDN, which is the Mozilla Developer Network, is the definitive resource for web technology, such as HTML and CSS. And will give you a lot of information about different methods and different things you can use. And we'll be referring a lot to the MDN throughout this course, sometimes the W3 School's website as well. But the MDN really is sort of the definitive resource, but it can be a little bit confusing at first. So sometimes the W3 School's website's a little bit easier to understand, but the MDN is very thorough. Okay, so that gives us kind of a very basic start at creating some variables that can hold different pieces of data. And at this point, you're probably wondering, yeah, so what? But remember that as we're learning a language, right now we're just learning the alphabet. And the letters by themselves don't really do all that much. It's not until you start putting them together to form words that can start to have meaning. So we'll be working on some more of these very basic elements of JavaScript. But then pretty quickly, we're going to be getting into more interesting aspects of the language, and you'll be creating more interesting little programs that will actually do things on web pages and on websites. JavaScript Arrays. An array is really just a container with subcontainers, and it's the next piece of the puzzle that we need to talk about in terms of JavaScript. We talked about variables, and an array is just another type of variable, but instead of holding one piece of data, it can hold multiple pieces of data. Think of it like a pillbox. Perhaps you or a friend or a relative has to take medications each day, and perhaps they have a box that looks like the image here on your screen, where you have different containers that are going to hold different things, different pills for the week. And frequently in JavaScript, we have to deal with groups of things. And if we go back to our robot analogy, if we're teaching our robot how to wash the dishes, perhaps glasses need to be handled in a certain way, or perhaps plates need to be handled in a certain way. And then when it comes to working with the silverware, we've got the silverware needs to be handled in a certain kind of way, but then we've got a subgroup of spoons and knives and forks and maybe other pieces of silverware. So that's a group within a group. And arrays are the analogy that works best for that, is thinking about groups of things with arrays. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So in JavaScript, we can create a new array in a couple of different ways. We can use the new keyword with array and parentheses as shown here, or we can create it more explicitly using the square brackets as shown below on the right here. So let's actually do this over in the console, because I think it's helpful to actually see us create these elements. So I'm going to come over here and make a new tab and choose inspect, right click and choose inspect. And then I'm going to click on the console here, clear out this error. I don't need that stuff. But then I'm going to make an array var. I'm going to call it colors1 equals new array. And then in here, in quotes, I'm going to put some colors: red, comma, green, comma, blue. Now I've created that array. And I can access those colors by typing colors1 square bracket 0 end square bracket, and that will get me the first color in that array. That'll get me the red. Or I could make an array more explicitly, and this is the more common way that you'll see it done, is var colors2 equals square bracket, and then quote, yellow, quote, orange, quote, purple, square bracket, semicolon. So now I've created a second array, and I could do colors 2 square bracket 2. and that will get me the third element in the array. Now, square bracket 2 gets me the third element. That's weird. Arrays are 0 indexed. So this is element 0, this is element 1, and this is element 2. This is element 0, element 1, element 2. But the length of the array is 3. Colors 2.length. That will give me a 3. Because there are 3 elements in the array, it's just they're numbered 0, 1, and 2. And that takes a little getting used to with programming in general and in JavaScript in particular. But it's frequently the way it works in different programming languages, where when you have an array, the first element is element 0, and then a 1, and then a 2. Normally, we start counting with 1 first, 1, 2, 3. But in programming, we frequently start counting with 0 first, 0, 1, 2. But the length of the array is 3. So that's an important distinction and something to be aware of. Unlike a pillbox, which really can't hold much more than just pills, you can put anything into an array in JavaScript. You can even put an array in an array. So you can think about a pillbox with a subcontainer with even smaller divisions in it. So let's take a look at what that looks like. I'm going to switch back over to my tab here. And I'm going to clear out this tab by clicking the clear button there. And I'm just going to paste this in, but you might want to type it. You could, it's a little bit hard to type and get right, but it's worth trying if you can. But I'm going to paste this vehicles array in here. And now if I want to access an element from this array, I could do vehicles square bracket 1. That's going to go and get the line that starts with which element. There we go. And then, so it's going to get me this, because this is 0, and now this is 1, right? So that's going to get me that into that subarray. You can see it sort of showing up down there. And then if I do square bracket 2, that's going to get me the explorer element in that subarray. So you can do things like that with arrays. That's kind of complicated, and you're not probably going to be doing arrays inside of arrays to start off with, but it's an important thing to understand about arrays is they're very flexible tools that you can use to hold groups of data, and that's very useful. Another thing that's interesting is that a regular variable holding a string can be treated like an array in JavaScript. So if I make a variable var joke equals the chicken crossed the road. Now I've got a variable called joke, but I can actually treat it like an array. I could do joke square bracket 4, and that's going to get me the C in chicken, because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to get me that C in chicken. Or I could do joke.length, and it'll tell me that there are 28 characters in that string. So that's kind of an interesting thing to understand about arrays as well. Let's do a little bit of practice with arrays. So I can make a new variable, var animals, and assign it an array. Cat, dog, chicken, and all of those animals will be in the array. So if I just do animals, you'll see that I get back an array with 3 elements, cat, dog, and chicken. Now, arrays come with certain array methods that you can do to arrays specifically. So if I do animals dot push llama, now there are 4 elements in the animals array. The cat, the dog, the chicken, and the llama are all in the array. Remember, we can use the console log method. We don't really need to here in the console, but we will when we go to using files shortly. So it's worth remembering that we can do console.log parentheses, that's a parenthesis, animals, square bracket, 1 or 2. Let's do 2 since I put a 2 in there, square bracket, and then the parenthesis. Console log animal square bracket 2, and then if I press return there, it'll give me the chicken. I don't really need to use the console log method here in the console, but you can, and it's worth remembering that you can do that. Now, what if I wanted to remove an element from the array? Well, we could do animals.splice 1, 1. And that will take the dog out of the array. So now if I do animals, you can see it's got the cat, the chicken, and the llama, but not the dog. And I could do push and push the dog back into the array. Let's do that. Animals.push dog. And now the dog is back in the array. Another array method is sort, animals.sort. And notice now that the order of the animals in the array has changed slightly so that the dog is in the 3rd position based on alphabetical order. So there are a lot of array methods that you can use, and a really good place to go look at them would be the W3 Schools website or the MDN. JavaScript Arrays. And here it is here. And then they'll have array methods here. And there are all kinds of examples of array methods that you can use. You can join, we can do all kinds of things. And it's worth exploring some of the different methods and trying them out on your own with just messing around with arrays and just working in the console and getting used to how this works, because that's a really great way of learning sort of the basics of JavaScript. Here's a challenge for you. We have an array for animals here, and we can see that the length of the array is 4, but you could also find out by doing animals.length, and you'll get 4. Now, what if you didn't know how long the array was? How could you always get the last element in the array? What would be the code that I could type in here that would always give me the final element in the array, no matter how long it is? See if you can figure that out. Pause the video and see if you can type in the code that gets that. And then when you're done, you can unpause and I'll show you how I did it. Okay, hopefully you paused the video and you tried to do that. So here's what I would do. I would do animals, and then square bracket, and then I want to get the length, animals.length, but I need to subtract 1 because the length of the array is 4, but actually the last element is element number 3. And you'll see that that will in fact get me the llama at the very end. So I'm going into my animals array, and what I'm passing in is animals.length, which will be a 4, minus 1, which gets me this element here, 0, 1, 2, 3. And that may seem a little counterintuitive to begin with, but you'll get used to working with arrays and with the lengths of arrays and with different ways of getting elements out of arrays. Welcome to the second module. In this module, we'll get further into the basics of the JavaScript language. There are certain things that you'll find in many modern programming languages, such as control structures, such as being able to figure out if something is true or how to handle something on a loop and these kinds of things. And we'll be doing that sort of work in this second module. And there's a lot of practice and there's a lot of opportunities along the way to really get used to the JavaScript syntax. And I encourage you to do as much of that as you possibly can because it will really help you learn JavaScript. So buckle up and let's go. This should be a really fun module for you to complete. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about working with a code editor. And I'm going to be specifically looking at Visual Studio Code, which I have a picture of here on this slide, but I also have it open over here in this tab. And you can go download Visual Studio Code for Mac or Windows for free. And it's a great code editor. If you prefer to use a different code editor, such as Atom or Sublime Text or something else, that's fine too, as long as it's got great features for editing code and it's not a word processor like Microsoft Word or something like that, then you'll be fine either way. But I'll be using Visual Studio Code throughout this course, so it might be helpful for you to use that as well. Okay, great. So sometimes when you open Visual Studio Code, you'll get these tabs open with a welcome or with new release notes if they've come out with a new version. And you can just close those tabs by clicking on the X. You'll notice I have Visual Studio Code open and running here, but I don't have any of those editors open. And I can make a new file by just going and choosing New File, and that creates a new file on here. Now, it's important with Visual Studio Code that before you do anything else, you save your file. That way it knows what type of file you're working with. So I'm going to choose File, Save As, and I'm going to just save this as myfile.html. So I'm going to save an HTML file to begin with on my desktop. Once I have an HTML file, then I can easily get the basic HTML structure by holding down Shift, pressing an exclamation point, and then pressing Tab. And that will give me the basic structure for my page. If you take an HTML class, you'll learn to type the doc type and to type all these tags. But we can use this shortcut. And again, what you do to get it, I'll just delete this, exclamation point, and then press Tab. And then you can come in here and give your document a name, my file. The title shows up in the tab in the browser, so that's kind of important. Great, so I can save that. Now, one thing to notice really quickly while we're here, see this dot up here? That means this file has changed and it has not yet been saved. One of the frequent mistakes I see at the beginning with users getting started with working with HTML and CSS and JavaScript is they'll add things to the file and then they'll forget to save them. And then they go to run the file and they realize their changes aren't showing up. So watch out for that little dot. You can get that to go away by doing File Save over here or Command S, Control S on Windows. And then it'll go back to just the X, which you would use to close that tab and close that window out. And then I can open this back up again by dropping it here. And that will open that file back up again. So that gets me some basics of getting files open and working here in Visual Studio Code. A really important note if you're on Windows is open up just any Explorer window and click on the View tab, and then go over and check the box that says File Name Extensions. That way, when you save your files, you'll see the .html file extension. And that's really important. Too many times I have students making files that say myfile.html.html. And that's largely because Windows hides those file extensions by default. But we really want to be able to see them. It's really important to be able to see them. And I would show you this on my Windows laptop, but my Windows laptop has a terrible sound card and recording audio on it. It just doesn't work out very well. But here I have a screenshot of it. So please make sure you do that. Also, make sure that when you save files, make sure that the file name is always lowercase and never has a space in it. So I have my file, all is one word here. Do not put spaces in file names. I cannot be more explicit about that. Please do not put spaces in file names. It'll really cause problems for you. I'm back in my code editor, and now I'm ready to add a script. So let's add a script to this file, and we can see some JavaScript actually happen here. First, I'm going to put some HTML on the page, my first script. Nice if I spell that right. And then you can actually put scripts really anywhere inside this file. Sometimes they go in the head of the page here inside the head tag. Frequently, you'll see them down here just before the closing body tag. So I'm going to make a script tag. Make sure you spell it right, script. Look at that, what a mess. I'm going to make a script tag. So I have a script tag, and I'm going to click between these two angle brackets here and move that down. Maybe I should do that again, just to make sure I get it right here. If that's confusing. Script, like so. There we go. And then it puts the cursor between the two, and I can move that down. And here I can make a variable, var hello equals good morning, Bill. And then in order to get it to do something, currently what we have to work with is the console, because that's what I've shown you so far in the other videos. We'll get to other things later and really pretty soon, but for right now, we just have the console. So I can use console.log. Remember, we talked about this method before, hello, to put that variable, or really the string associated with that variable, into the console. So I can save this file. Notice the dot up here. I have to save it. I can save the file, and then I can go over to Chrome over here, and I can go to File and Open. Or on Windows, you can do Command O. And then here I am on my desktop, and I can open this file. And it comes up, and it doesn't really look like much. It's just a web page, and we're not even seeing the script run. But if we go and choose Inspect, and then click on the console, you'll see that it comes up here. And my JavaScript is actually running, and it's doing this. So, so that's actually working great, and really cool. We've gotten our first script to run. The next thing to talk about is how we can make some comments in JavaScript in case we want to remind ourselves exactly what we're doing. It's always good practice to add comments to your scripts so that when you come back to them later, you know what's going on. And there are two ways of making comments in JavaScript. I can use the slash twice, 2 slashes, and I can type the variable is below, or something like that. Or the variable below, I don't know, we could say something else about it. But putting 2 slashes, 2 forward slashes here, will keep JavaScript from trying to do anything with this line here. If you want to have a longer comment, you can use the slash and a star, and then end the comment with a star and a slash. And then in here, I can put a longer comment about anything that I want, and it can go multiple lines, like so. So I can have that start with a slash star and end with a star slash. And that will help me make comments in my code so that later when I come back to try to find out what I was doing, I can leave notes for my future self, which is super helpful. While we're here, another thing that's important is I can actually make the code in the browser larger or smaller by pressing the Command plus or Control plus on Windows on my keyboard here. Whoops, click on that. And that will make the code larger or smaller. And I can make this window over here smaller too. If the code is getting squished in there, you can close it all together. This thing opens and closes that Explorer. But I can make the code larger or smaller. And depending on how good your eyes are, you might want the code to be larger or smaller. Command 0 will put it at its default size, but Command minus will make it smaller. So make sure you're setting your code to a size that's comfortable for you to read, because a lot of times when I'm working with students, I notice that they're having a hard time seeing the difference between a semicolon and a colon. You know, those are two different characters. And if you're having a hard time seeing the difference between the characters, then the code is probably too small for you. So make sure you set it at a comfortable size. The next thing to talk about is folders and working with folders for projects. This file, my file.html, this file here, is just sitting on my desktop. And that's fine for a single file. But usually if I'm working on a project, I'm going to have a folder with a bunch of related files. I might have an HTML file, I might have a CSS file, I might have multiple JavaScript files as we get going here. But for right now, this is just a single file, and that's not really very useful by itself. So over here, I'm going to make a folder, and I'm going to give the folder a name. My project. Notice there are no spaces in that folder name. Never put a space. Also, all the letters are lowercase. It'll just make your life so much easier if you keep everything lowercase. It doesn't have to be, but you have to not have spaces. So my project. And then over here, I could open up this sidebar. I'm going to close this file and open up this sidebar here. And no folder opened. I can actually open that folder. My project. And now you can see I've got my welcome screen again, and I've got my project here. And there's no files in this folder currently. I just made a folder and it's empty. But I can put a file in that folder. I'm going to close that welcome screen. Over here, this button will create a file. This button will create a folder. Be sure you're not confused between the two. So if I make a new file, suppose I make a file and call it index.html. That's going to be an HTML file, and I can put that in my folder. And now you'll notice it's created the index file. And not only that, but if I look in my project folder over here, you can see that index.html has been created in that folder. And so I can manage my whole project from here. Perhaps I have another file in here. I'm going to have styles.css. So maybe that's going to have some styles for my web page, and it's going to go into that file. So now that file is now in the folder over here. And in this way, I can control and keep track of all the files for my project, and they're all in one place. Remember, I said earlier, you have to get really good at file management, and you have to make sure that all the files for a project stay in the folder. And you might have other folders in the folder. So if I come back here, I might make a folder for images. Now this is a folder, and currently there's nothing in the folder, but if I look in this folder over here, you can see that the folder images is here, and I could put images in there. Be careful when you're creating files not to accidentally put the file inside the folder if you don't mean to. So if I click new file here, it's going to create this file inside of images. Oops.html. So this file is actually inside the images folder here, and I can see it over here as well as being inside the images folder. If I decide I don't want that file, I can right-click here and choose delete. It'll ask me, do I really want to move it to the trash? And sure enough, from over here, that file is now not inside that folder. The folder is empty again. So by working with this Explorer over here, we can create files and manage files for our projects and make sure that the files are in the correct places at all times. The last new thing that I have for this lesson is I just want to show you that Visual Studio Code is very customizable. You can add all kinds of extensions to it. And if I click on this gear icon down here, I can get into the settings, and I can do all kinds of things in here with extensions and other kinds of things. So for example, you can search for settings or extensions. Here are extensions here. Now turn off the settings. But you can do all kinds of fun things to make Visual Studio Code more personalized. Maybe you like this black look for your code editor, or perhaps you prefer a lighter theme. I installed this extension here called Atom 1 Light Theme, and you can click on that, and currently it's disabled, but I can enable this theme. And I think down here should be able to choose feature contributions. Should be switching here. Not sure why that didn't switch. This happens sometimes. Oh, select color theme. There we go. So here I've got the color themes, and I can select Atom 1 Light. Sometimes you have to mess around with this extensions and the theme editor and the settings to sort of really figure it out. But there's all kinds of themes that you can get for Visual Studio Code to customize it and make it look the way you want it to look. And I can go back to my files, and here I am. And so now you'll notice that my files will look a little bit different because I'm using the Atom 1 Light theme. So yeah, so just to remember here, we've done quite a lot to make this page. Whoops! I don't know why it's not letting me edit my file. To make this page different here. I'm going to redo that last part because I kind of messed that up a bit. So you can see here I am in my project again for my index file. And I can come over here and click. And just to review what we did in this lesson, I can type an exclamation point and press tab to get the basic structure of a page, and I can add a title for my document here that will show up on my page. I can add some HTML. I'm just going to add an H1. Here is a heading, and then I can add some script tags, and I can add a script to my page. So I could do something like var my variable. And set it to hello. And then I could console log out, console log my variable. Notice it pops up here. I can even just press, I don't even have to type the whole thing. I can just press return to get it to pop that in place so I make sure I don't spell it wrong. And then a semicolon. Semicolons are used in JavaScript at the ends of statements. I can save that file, and then I can come back to the browser and test it. Let's do that really quick. Come back here to Chrome. This is the other file. So I'm going to open this file. I can do Command O. Command O, there we go. My project, index, and there it is. And it's doing hello there. So the hello came up in the console log there. So that's a review of everything we learned in this lesson. You're now able to work with files and get those files to output content into the console that you can then test in your browser. And that's a great way of working. Another way of opening your file is to right-click on the file and choose Open With and tell it to open with the browser. You could even try a different browser. Brave is a great browser to try. Brave is using the same rendering engine as Chrome, so it actually works the same way as Chrome generally. But what's interesting about Brave is that the CEO of Brave is actually that Brendan Eich guy who invented JavaScript. So it's kind of interesting to note that the guy who invented JavaScript is now in the business of creating a browser. So that's kind of interesting. Okay, great. This will get you started, and I look forward to seeing you in the next lesson where we can start writing some interesting scripts. Operators, Booleans, and selection in JavaScript. Operators in JavaScript are the symbols that will allow us to create different expressions in JavaScript. And here are just a few of them. We've already seen the plus sign and the equal sign, which remember, equals is an assignment operator. There's also minus, and the asterisk is used to multiply, and the forward slash is used to divide. And the percent is a modules operator. If you want to find out more about operators, you could come over to the W3 Schools website and look at the different operators. They'll get all listed here, comparison operators and logical operators and all kinds of stuff here. So you can come through and find all the details about all of the different operators if you want to there. But we're just going to start with a few of them so that it's not too overwhelming. And most of the operators are very similar to what you would find in other C-based programming languages, C, C++, C#, Objective-C, so on and so forth. Okay, so there's also Booleans in JavaScript, and it's very nice to know that a Boolean can have two values, true or false, and that's it. So here I'm making a variable called happy, and I've assigned it the value of true. Notice that true is not inside quotes. JavaScript knows what true means. True is a keyword that means that something is true. And false is a keyword that means that something is false. So I have a variable here, sad, that's false. I can use an if statement to check to see if something is true. So if happy, now happy has assigned true to it, so it's going to do something here. If I were to replace happy with sad, then the else would fire instead of the if, and we would do something down here if happy was false. Or if I changed the value here from true to false, then happy would be false, and it would do this down here. So that gets us started with a little bit of that. So next we're going to move to our code editor and make a file and try working with some selections and Booleans and that kind of fun stuff. Here I am in my code editor, and I'm going to make a new file. And I'm going to make a file. I'm going to, before I do anything, I'm going to save the file. Save, and I'm going to just save it on the desktop, and I'm going to call it selections.html. Notice all lowercase, no spaces, and the .html extension. I'm going to save that on the desktop. And then again, the exclamation point will allow me to press tab, which gives me kind of my basic structure for my HTML page. And then I'm going to type in here, testing selections and Booleans. There we go. And then in here, I'm just going to add an H1 testing selections. There we go. That's nice. And then I'm going to add a script tag. So we'll go ahead and add a script in here. And then what are we going to put in the script? Well, let's make some Booleans. I'm going to have var red, and I'm going to set that to a value of true. And then I'm going to have var blue, and I'm going to set that to a value of false. There we go. So I've got two values here. One is set to true and the other one is set to false. Now, if I were to make an if statement, if parentheses, and I were to check the value of those, red, I'm going to check the value of red. If red is true, which it is, then something's going to happen here. Something happens. Red is going to evaluate to true because I have true assigned to the red variable here. If I were to put blue in here, then this would not be true, in which case something else would happen. So I'm going to come down here and add else. Now this else statement, sometimes you'll see it up on the same line like this, and sometimes you'll see it on the next line like that. That doesn't really matter. That's a styling choice. Some people like to keep their code a little bit more compact and put it like this. Some people find it's a little bit easier to read if it's like that. So that's up to you. And then something else would happen here. Console.log the statement is false. And up here, we'll do console log the statement is true. Very exciting. Now we can try this out. We can come over here to our browser. I'm going to make a new tab here, and I'm going to open this file. Selections, open. And I've got my testing selections. If I right click and choose inspect, I can go to the console, and sure enough, the statement is true. Now I can come back to my code editor, and if I change this to blue, blue is false, so this statement will run. So if I come back and then click refresh, now the statement is false. Or alternatively, I could change the value here to false, change that back to red, save that, and then come back and you'll see that in fact it's still coming up false. One thing to note is I've added some extra spaces in here. Usually you won't see programmers doing that. Usually you'll see it more like this. I just add the extra space in there just to make it a little bit easier to read and a little bit easier to evaluate. But the spaces aren't necessary there. Oftentimes you'll see a space here, and that's fine too. But it's not necessary either down here. I think this one put a space in whether I wanted it or not, and that's fine. So, so red is either false or true, and blue is either false or true because I've used these Booleans here. true. The syntax highlighting should help you. If you spell true wrong like I just did, it should tell you, whoops, something's wrong there because the color isn't right. And now the statement is true. This is interesting. Let's try this. I'm going to make a variable called green and then see what happens if I pass green in here. Notice green doesn't have a value here. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to make a variable green and just put a semicolon. And then down here, I'm going to test green. Is green true or false? What do you think is going to happen here? Let's test that. The statement is false. This is an important thing to understand about JavaScript. Green is essentially undefined. It's an undefined variable. Undefined resolves as false in JavaScript. JavaScript has a concept of truthy and falsy, which is kind of fascinating. So things are either true-ish or false-ish. And they could be explicitly true or false, like red and blue are here, but they could be false-ish. And JavaScript treats variables that are undefined as false. Also, green equals null. That will be false. So that comes up false. Green equals 0. 0 is false. But if I put any other number in there, any other real number, like a 1, 1 is true. What about 100? That'll be true too. What about minus 100? That's true as well. So numbers are true except for 0. 0 is falsy. It's false-ish. So 0 comes up as false, which is kind of an interesting thing. So things that we know are false are undefined is false, null is false, 0 is false, false is false. Other things are true. What if I put like cheese? Cheese is true. So that's a very interesting thing about JavaScript. Let's look at comparing values. This is something we'll do a lot in JavaScript. So we often want to find out if the value here is the same as the value somewhere else. So I'm going to go back and leave green here as undefined, like so. And then I'm going to make a new variable, var mynum, and assign it the value of 5. And var other num, and assign it a value of 5. And then down here, I can check to see if mynum is the same as equals other num. It's really important to read this as the same as. This is assigns. 5 is assigned to other num, and 5 is assigned to mynum. But here I'm checking to see, is mynum the same as the other num? And in this case, it is. So if I save this and test this, you'll see the statement is true because mynum is the same as the other num. Okay. If I change this to a different number, then I'm obviously going to get false. That's not true. So the statement is false. They're not the same as. I can use, instead of equals equals, I could use exclamation point equals. And that'll be not the same as. So is that true? Is my num not the same as other num? Yes, that's true. Statement is true. So we can do this kind of thing as well. We can also check for greater than or less than. So we could say, is my num less than, is it less than my other num? And that should be true, because my num is less than the other num. Let's see. And that statement is true. I could try, is it greater than? Is my num greater than the other num? Is that true? No, that's not going to be true, because 5 is not greater than 6. But we can test for these different kinds of scenarios. My num and other num, we can use less than and greater than, and check to see if that's true. Let's try this out. This is interesting. Var not num equals quote 5. So this 5 is a string with the number 5 in it. Now, can I check to see if my num is the same as not num? What do you think I'm going to get there if I save that and try that? The statement is true. Well, that's interesting. How can a 5 be the same as 5 inside quotes? Remember, JavaScript is loosely typed, and it allows for something called type coercion. So what's going on here is that JavaScript is saying, well, we've got a 5 here, and we've got a 5 in a string, and they're basically the same. So I'm going to call that true. So that's truthy. It's true-ish, sort of. You can think of it that way, which is very interesting. Now, again, this is the kind of thing that can drive programmers crazy, because you could end up making a mistake in your program or having something unexpected happen. And you don't want unexpected things to happen in your programs. That's never a good thing. So with, I believe it was ES5 in 2009, they introduced the triple equals operator, which is exactly the same as, and that won't do type coercion. And remember, this is the kind of thing that we're working with in JavaScript. They don't want to just get rid of the double equals or change what it does, because that would break other programs. That would break programs that have been happening in the past. But they can add another operator, which is the triple equals, and that one will not do the type coercion. So you'll notice this one will come up false. That statement is false because it won't do the type coercion. There's also the same thing with the exclamation point. So you could say that's not exactly the same as. So you can read this as, is my num exactly the same as not num? And the answer is no. Generally, it's considered better programming to use the triple equals sign everywhere. Often in our shorter scripts, it doesn't really matter, and you'll see me use equals equals all the time. But really, if you want to get into really good habits, always use the triple equals sign so that you don't ever have any type coercion unless you really want it for some reason. And again, this is kind of an odd thing about JavaScript that it can do this, but it makes the language very expressive, and that's kind of interesting. Expressive in the sense that, these things are kind of the same. A number 5, it's the same as the 5 in quotes. So that's kind of interesting. One more thing I want to check out here really quickly. while we're here. I'm going to change this 5 to something like chicken. And then I'm going to make a new variable, var my value equals not num minus my num. What the what? I'm going to take a chicken and subtract 5. That doesn't make any sense. What happens if I put my value in here? You probably won't be surprised to see that that comes up false. That's false. And more than that, if I come down here and just console.log my value, just to see what's actually in that value, my value, when I try to take a chicken and subtract 5 from it, what do I get over here? Nan, not a number. Nan is another thing in JavaScript that is falsy. So in our list of things that are false are 0, false, undefined, null, and not a number. Those things all come up false in JavaScript. And that's kind of an important thing to keep in mind as we move forward with working with JavaScript and working with Booleans and when we're testing values. JavaScript has an else if so that we can run through a series of selection checkers to see which one is true. So let's type this out. It's always a good idea to practice this stuff as much as you can and get used to the syntax. Again, there are 2 humps to get over with JavaScript, and the first one is done just by practicing, by just writing the stuff and making mistakes and forgetting to put in the semicolon or the curly braces or the square brackets and seeing what happens when you get an error. So let's go ahead and type this in over here. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to add, maybe I want to comment this out. In Visual Studio Code, I can do Option, or in Windows, Alt, Shift A, and that'll put a comment around something that I've selected. So down here, I'm going to make a variable, var colors equals square bracket, quote, red, green, blue, yellow. And I'm going to make a variable var selected color equals colors, square bracket, I don't know, we'll do 3. Red is 0, 1, 2, 3. Now, over here, so I've got that, and that's great. Now I can do an if-else statement. So I could do if selected color is the same as equals red, or let's do red in quotes, red. If it's the same as red, then I can console log something out. Console.log the color is red. Now I can do an else if, and again I can put else if on this line here like so. I think it's a little bit easier to read if you move it down like this. Else if selected color. And here I'm going to cheat by copying and pasting. Else if selected color is blue. And again, I'm just adding these extra spaces because I think it's a little bit easier to read, but it's not really common practice, but that's okay. If the selected color is blue, then I'm going to console log out blue. Actually, I should do green. Green was next. It doesn't matter. I can go whichever order I want. In this, I'm just going to go to green because that sort of makes sense. And then I can copy and paste the else if. Selected color is, change this one to blue, blue. And if it's not red, green, or blue, then it must be yellow. Okay, great. So with this script in place, we can test this. We can come over here and refresh this, and you can see the color is yellow. It went through that list of items and chose the correct color. Whereas if I come up here and change this to a 1, so 0, 1, and I run this, you'll see I get the color is green. Now, what happens if I make a mistake? Suppose I put 4. 0, 1, 2, 3. Oops, there's no 4. Let's see what I get over here. You're going to get mistakes. You're going to have errors. And this said the color is yellow because the else ran, which was not really what I wanted, but it is sort of doing that kind of thing. Or let's see what happens if we do, what happens if I make a mistake and I forget to put commas in here. This is a common mistake that I see from students, is they'll forget to put the commas in the array. What happens if I do that? Uncut syntax error, unexpected string on line 29. So that gives you a notion that you should come back and take a look at line 29 and see what's going on in there. And hopefully, with this stuff in here, these little red underlined stuff going on in here, you'll see that something's wrong there and you'll put the commas back in. Very common mistake when we're starting with this thing. Okay, so you can try these different scripts and see how they work and what they do. It's really helpful to do that. JavaScript also has a switch statement, which will take a value, like selected color, and run it through a bunch of cases. In case it's red, it'll do this. In case it's blue, it'll do that. In case it's green, it'll do that. And then at the bottom, there's a default. You can add a default, and it'll do this if none of these other ones are true. It's important with selection that you add this break in here as well. So the break will keep the, will bump out of the switch when one of these true statements comes up. So let's take a look at this really quickly and see what we get over here. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to comment out these if-else statements. Again, I'm going to select them and then do Option or Alt-Shift-A in Visual Studio Code to quickly just comment those out. So I'm not running that anymore. And then down here, we can run a switch statement. Switch, parentheses, and I'm going to put in here the value I'm checking is selected color. And then the switch statement, I'm just going to paste it in here because it's a little bit tedious to watch me type it all, but I'm going to paste it in here. But I recommend that you type it. So type out case red colon console.log. The color is red, and then a semicolon. So that's the statement that's going to run, and then break. And it can be on the same line on my slide. I have it on the next line, but you can put it on the same line here. Rather than watch me type all of these, I'm going to just paste them in here. But you should type it in because learning the syntax, you'll learn it by typing it, not by watching me do it. So go ahead and make these files and type these in here so you can test it out. And then notice how I've got red, green, blue, and yellow. And up here, if I set selected color to 3, I should get 0, 1, 2, 3, I should get yellow. So let's see if I get that. If I come over here and test this. And sure enough, the color is yellow. So that's coming up great. And I could change this to 0, which will get me the first one. So now I've got red, and that break is bumping me out of there. But if I were to set it to something past the end of my array, so 0, 1, 2, 3, if I set it to 4, the default will run, and I get, there was an error because I'm outside of my array. So the default option ran down here. I didn't actually create a JavaScript error. I could do that really easily by doing something like, I don't know, spell break wrong. Break. And it even looks different in my code because it's not the right color. So I could do that. Let's see what that does. Oh, it's still running. It's an error. because it didn't actually run that line, because that line wasn't true. If I set this up here to a 1, I think I'll get an error. Okay, uncut reference. Error, break is not defined on line 47. It did get the color is green, so it got that far in the script, and then it ran into a problem because I misspelled that. And I misspell things all the time. You will too. Don't worry about it. It happens all the time. Break. Or what if you forget a semicolon? Sometimes forgetting a semicolon will really set it off as well. Unexpected token break on line 47. So these syntax are unexpected token. What does that mean? It's really expecting a semicolon token here, and it's seeing break instead. So it's confused by that. But these syntax errors, these error messages, are sometimes a little bit cryptic, and they take a little time to get used to them. But the switch statement is a great alternative for the else if. It takes up less space, and it can help you be very concise and specific with your code in a way that's helpful and useful. In JavaScript, we can check to see if multiple things are true by using the ampersand operator or the pipe operator. We'll look at the pipe operator next. But here we're using the ampersand operator, and we use 2 of them together here. And what we do is we check to see if this statement is true and if this statement is true. And for this whole thing to be true, when you use the AND operator, both of these must be true in order for this to run. So I have to be in a good mood and have gotten sleep in order for today to be a good day. If either one of these is false, then I'm going to be grumpy. So let's just test this one really quickly, because I think it's just a good idea to practice typing these. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to turn this one off. Again, Option or Alt Shift A, comments it out, and then I'm going to do var good mood and set that to true. Var got sleep and set that to true. And then I'm going to say if parentheses, good mood, ampersand, got sleep. If both of those are true, then I can console log today is a good day. Else, console.log, I am grumpy. Now we can test this and we can see that because both of these are set to true, the if statement is going to run. Today is a good day. However, if I were to go in and change it so that one of these was false, it doesn't matter which one, then this whole statement will come back false. And I am grumpy. So that's kind of an important tool in our toolkit, is we can check to see if two things are true. If two things are true, then we can do something. If either one of them is false, then something else is going to have to happen. Now we can also use the double pipe. The pipe is the key on the American keyboard above the return key. Shift in that key up there. It's also got the backslash on it. Okay, so we could also use the pipe. So, and the pipe is different in that it's an or statement. So here, got breakfast is true, got lunch is true, but got dinner is false. But if any one of these is true, then the if statement rings as true. So they would all have to be false for me to be starving. Let's give it a try. Comment all this out. Bar got breakfast equals true. Bar got lunch equals true. Bar got dinner equals false. If got breakfast or got lunch or got dinner, if any of those is true, then console log things are okay. I forget what I put on my slide, but that's good enough. And then down here, else, console.log. I am starving. And there we go. So I can test this over here. And you can see things are okay, even though one of those was false. I would have to make all of these false to really be starving. And there we go. Great. You've learned a lot about Booleans in this lesson and what's true and what's false, and that some things are true-ish and some things are false-ish or falsy and truthy. Like 0 is considered false in JavaScript, or undefined, or null, or not a number is false. These are all considered false in JavaScript. And you've already learned a lot of the basics of JavaScript, and we're going to keep going with these basics. And I know that these scripts don't seem particularly interesting yet, but I promise if you hang in there and keep working on this, then we will start making some interesting things pretty quickly. And we'll start manipulating content on web pages and doing all kinds of interesting stuff. So hang in there, keep going. And if you haven't had breakfast, lunch, or dinner, you're probably starving, so you should go eat something. Loops in JavaScript. We've already done quite a bit of JavaScript already. We've looked at variables and we've looked at arrays, and we've looked at how to use selections to choose if something is true or not in Booleans. The next piece of the puzzle is loops. Frequently, you need to iterate through a number of values and do something with them when you're programming. And JavaScript, like many programming languages, will allow you to do loops. The most basic loop is a for loop. And you'll see here that in the for loop, we start out with an initialized value, and then we check if the value is less than some number, and then each time through the loop, we increment that value. The best way to explore this is to actually try it out. So I recommend opening up your code editor and following along with me. Here I have just a file called loops.html saved on my desktop, and I'm going to add a loop in this script down here. So over here, I'm just going to make a little room here. There we go. And I'm going to add a for loop. And there we go. And then in here, I'm going to just make a little space there so it's a little easier to see. But I'm going to make a variable var I, and I can be anything. It could be X, it could be Y, it could be J, it could be the word counter. It's just a variable. I is fairly common to use because it can stand for incrementer. I don't know. It's a fairly common one to use, but it doesn't have to be that. It could be something else if you want. But I'm going to start I at 0. And then I'm going to check while I is less than, say, 10. And then each time through the loop, I'm going to increment I plus plus. I plus plus is a shortcut for I equals I plus 1, like so. So we could take I, add 1 to it, and then assign it back to I. So if I starts at 0, the next time through the loop, we'll take 0, add 1 to it, which gives us 1, and assign that back to I. So now I is 1. And then the next time through the loop, we'll take 1, add 1 to it, assign it back to I. So now it's 2, so on and so forth. But a shortcut for that is I plus plus. So that's an incrementer. Okay, great. So there we have it. And then here we have, let's just do console.log I, not 1, I. There we go. And so what this is going to do is we're going to set I to 0. So the console log will run, and it will say, it'll give us a 0. And then we come back and we increment I so that we take 0 and we add 1 to it. So now it's 1. Is 1 less than 10? Yes, it is. Since 1 is less than 10, it will console log I again, which is now 1. And then it'll increment 1 again. So I will go from 1 to 2. And then is 2 less than 10? Yes, it is. So we'll console log out a 2. And then we'll increment I again. We'll take 2 and we'll increment it to 3. Is 3 less than 10? Yes, it is. We'll console log out a 3. And so on and so forth until we get to 9. When we get to 9, we'll console log out the 9, and then I gets incremented to 10. Is 10 less than 10? No, it's not. So then the loop will stop, and we'll bust out of the loop at that point. But let's give this a try. I'm going to save this. And then I'm going to go to the browser, which I have over here, and I have this file loaded here. And I can just run it, and you'll see that my loop ran. Line 13 ran 10 times, starting with 0 through 9. So that works, and that's great. Now, I don't have to start with 0. I could, if I wanted to count from 1 to 10, I could start with 1 and say, well, I is less than 11, and that'll work just fine. And now I've got a 1 to 10. I could even say, well, I want it to be less than or equal to 10. So then that'll actually work as well. So that's less than or equal. That's a less than or equal operator. Greater than or equal would be this one. But we want less than or equal. And you'll see I get the exact same result. You also don't have to start I at 1 or 0. Or you could start I anywhere. If I wanted to, I could start at 37 and go till I'm at, 63 if I want to, I++. And then if I go back and do that, you'll see that the loop will do those numbers. So there are a lot of different ways of creating loops in JavaScript, and we'll be looking at a few different methods throughout this course. But the for loop with these three expressions is really your most basic loop. And as we go through the loop, we evaluate these expressions, and that determines whether the loop runs or not. One of the places you're very likely to come across using loops is if you have an array of items. You have a group of items and you need to iterate over that group of items to do something to them. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. Here I have a variable called colors, which is an array. It's got red, blue, yellow, and green in it. And then I'm going to loop through each of the colors in the array. If you're wondering what this plus quote /n is, that's to create a new line in the console. And actually, I don't really need to do that because, in fact, the console creates a new line for each call anyway. So I shouldn't have put this on my slide here, but I forgot to take it off. So, but you can just ignore it. We can just do it without that, and it'll work just fine. So remember, arrays are zero index. So this is element 0, this is element 1, this is element 2, this is element 3. The length of the array is 4, but 0, 1, 2, and 3. So let's go over and give this a try really quickly. Here I am on the same file I had before. I didn't update my loop, but I added the array with the colors in here. So what we would do down here is we would set I to 0 first, so we get red. And then while I is less than 4, and then we're going to increment I, because we're going to do it for red, blue, yellow, and green. And then down here, I'm just going to console log out colors square bracket I. So the first time through the loop, I is a 0. Colors square bracket 0 gives me a red. And then I gets incremented to 1. And the second time through the loop, I is a 1. I go to my colors array here. Colors square bracket 1 gives me a blue. I gets incremented to 2. So I go up to colors here and I go 0, 1, 2. Now colors square bracket 2 is going to give me yellow. I gets incremented to 3. Colors 3 is 0, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be a green. I gets incremented to 4. 4 is no longer less than 4 and my loop breaks out. Let's give this a try and see if it works. And sure enough, I get my 4 colors out in the array, and it's looping through and doing line 15 4 times there. So that's really useful. Now, generally, this is fine, this works, but generally, we don't want to have to put in a number here. What's better is to keep this more general. So if I do colors.length, that's also a 4. Colors.length is a 4. Now I could add more colors into my array, and this code will still run, no matter how many colors I have in my array. I could add in here orange and purple into the array. And this will continue to work because now the length of my array is 6. So I don't have to update this number every time. So colors.length will help me make my code more general and allow me to do that kind of thing more easily. Okay, so we can do that really nicely and loop through all the colors in the array that way. The basic for loop is a good place to start with loops, but there's also a loop that is specifically for working with arrays, and it's called the for of loop. And here I have an array of food, and you can see there are 4 items in here, 4 foods. And I can use for, and I can create a variable, a temporary variable, and I'm calling it each item, but you could call it X, you could call it Y, you could call it I, you could call it whatever you want. Each item of food. So each item, what this loop is going to do is it's going to go through this array until the end of the array. And each item, the first time through the loop, is going to be grapes. So I'll console log out grapes. And then since the array has not reached the end yet, it'll run again, and each item will become cheese. And then it'll become bread, and then it'll become olives. So let's give this a try really quickly over here in our code over here. And I'm going to just leave the array with colors, but instead of this for loop, I'm going to do for var each color of colors. And it knows what colors is because that's been defined here. Each color, I'm putting var here because I'm creating a new variable there. And then down here, I can actually, whoops, I wanted to put the curly brace there. Down here, I can do console.log each color. Whoops. And you'll see that when this runs over here, I get each color. I get the same thing. It doesn't look any different. Might be kind of nice to actually make it do something a little bit different. And come over here and change purple to pink, just so that we can see that it is actually doing something. Refresh this, and sure, I get them all again with pink instead. Okay, so that is actually working. This is a great tool to use with arrays. There's another one called for in that we'll talk about later with objects, but for of is specifically for arrays. And then there's another method that we'll be looking at that also works well with arrays that I use a lot when I'm programming JavaScript. I tend to use the for each method, but we'll look at that later in the course. For right now, I just want to get you started with the basics so you can see how to do this. And the basic for loop is a good place to start. For of is great for working with arrays. We can also do something with strings. So we could actually, remember, strings can be treated like an array. So I can actually make a string and then loop through the length of this thing and actually alert out each letter one at a time in my console log there. So I can do that kind of thing. In fact, let's give this a try really quickly here. I'm going to change this to my string equals here is a string of text. There we go. And I can do it this way. For var I equals 0, while I is less than my string dot length I plus plus console log my string square bracket I. So I can do it this way. Comment this out for now. That should work if I didn't type it wrong. Let's see if I did it right. And sure enough, each line has a letter. So I could do it that way. Or I could even use the for of loop. So that's why I didn't delete this. So I can actually take this, uncomment this out, and instead of each color, I could do each letter of my string, each letter. That'll work too. Now I'm going to get it twice. I'm going to get the loop twice. I'm going to get the first loop, which is the first one, and then I get the second loop. So it's actually running twice. And that's actually working really nicely. So you can actually treat a string like an array in that way. And that's really kind of a very interesting feature of JavaScript. JavaScript also has a while loop, and we don't see them as often while we're programming with JavaScript, but they're worth knowing about. So let's take a look at them really quickly. And here we can see the way the while loop works is we start off, we have an incrementer, and then I'm making a variable that starts as an empty string. That's maybe not quite as necessary, but you have to have the incrementer outside of the while loop when you're using a while loop. And then while the while loop is less than 10, I'm going to do this stuff and then increment the incrementer at the bottom of the while loop. So this is going to run. Incrementer gets set to 1. 1 is less than 10, so this runs again. Incrementer gets set to 2. 2 is less than 10, so this runs again. So on and so forth. And then notice when the loop is done, once this increments up to 10, 10 is no longer less than 10, so I'll bump out of the while loop. This console log is going to run text. What I'd like you to notice here is this plus equals. This text is starting out as empty, and plus equals is saying each time this thing runs, add to what was there before. The first time through the loop, there's nothing in there. So it's going to add, the incrementer has gone up to plus incrementer. So that's going to be a 0, and then a new line. And then the incrementer gets incremented to 1. And then the next time through the loop, we're going to add to that. So it's going to add a new line that says the incrementer has gone up to 1. And then it's going to increment again. Then we'll say the incrementer has gone up to 2, so on and so forth. Let's do this one in the code editor because I think it's really worth seeing this. So I've got my for loops there. I'm just going to comment that stuff out. I don't really need that now. Come down here. I'm going to make a variable var incrementor equals 0. And again, it doesn't have to be incrementer. You could leave it I if you wanted to. That would be fine. And then I'm going to make var text equal quote, quote. That's an empty string. And notice I'm using just the single quotes here, but you could do the double quotes if you want. I had the double quotes in the other on my image there, but you could do single quotes or double quotes. I'll put it in double quotes. Why not? There we go. So it's just an empty string there. And then while incrementer is less than 10, I'm going to do something. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say text plus equals, add to what was already there. Quote, the incrementer, what did I put over here? I forget now. Has gone up to, that's right. Has gone up to, and then I need to have a space there. And then I'm going to use a plus to concatenate in the incrementer variable. So it's gone up to whatever that number is. And then I'm going to add a plus and another set of quotes. And now I need to add the new line. In this case, I actually need the new line because this is not going to get printed out. It's only going to get printed out once after the loop is done. Incrementer plus plus. And then down here, I'm going to print the console log once with all the text in it. So there's one sort of print to the console log. All right, let's give that a try. If I didn't mess anything up here, let's see. And there we go. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If I didn't put the /n on the end here, let's see if this does what I think it'll do. There we go. So I don't get the new lines. So the /n is adding new lines over here after each one of these, because this is just getting printed out once. That's really kind of important to understand about the way this incrementer, the way the while loop works here. When we look at this image here, we see that we're using the plus sign to concatenate the string together with the variable. And we talked about this before. The plus sign in JavaScript does double duty. It's used to add numbers together the way you would normally expect the plus sign to work. But it's also used to concatenate strings and things together. So here we've got a string of text, and then we're concatenating in the variable, and then another string of text concatenated onto the end of that. And it gets kind of complicated to work this way. It's not very intuitive. And we can't just leave incrementer inside the quotes, because then the string would just say the incrementer has gone up to incrementer. JavaScript wouldn't know that this is a variable if we just put this inside the quotes. So with ES6, which you'll remember is the version of JavaScript that was released in 2015, they introduced something called template literals that will allow us to work with variables inside strings a little bit more easily. So let's take a look at how to do that. So here we have the template literal. And with the template literal, the way it works is we put a tick mark on either end. The tick mark is not a quote. The tick mark is a separate character in your keyboard. On the American keyboard, it is the character with the tilde just above the tab key. So that's a tick mark there and a tick mark there. And then we can just put the variable inside curly braces with a $sign. And JavaScript will know to treat that as a variable. So this is a much easier way, a much more readable way of working with strings with variables in them. And this particular string is not terribly complicated or complex in any way, but sometimes if you're constructing a piece of HTML and you've got tags, and tags have their attributes in them which have quotes and equal signs, it can get really confusing really quickly. So this will really help you out, and we'll be using the template literals throughout the rest of this course quite a lot. So let's switch our code so that we're using this over here. So the way I would do this is I'm going to put in a tick mark there, and at the end I'm going to put in a tick mark, and then I can get rid of these quotes and pluses. And then, because this is a variable, I'm going to put a $sign, a curly brace, and another curly brace. And by the way, if you're constructing a string that has variables, this is how I recommend that you do it. Rather than just typing from left to right, type it like this. The incrementer has gone up to incrementer. And then go in and add the $sign and the curly braces. You'll find it easier to understand what you're doing and to not make mistakes and do all that kind of stuff if you do it this way. But you'll notice if I do this and save it and then go back and run the page over here that, I mean, I just ran it, but it looks exactly the same, and I am getting my variables over here. So that is actually working. If you wanted to see if it was actually doing something different, we could start here with 1 and go to 11. See what that looks like. There we go. 1 to 10. Very nice. Okay, so that's great. So we've got the template literals. That's really useful. And we're going to take a look at one more example. So what's kind of interesting here is we can actually do expressions inside our curly braces here. So rather than just sticking a variable in there, we can actually perform JavaScript operations right in line with our string. So let's give this a try. And I set the incrementer to I to keep it shorter here. So let's do that. So over here, I'm going to set this to just I. I is 1. Well, we'll start it at 0. Well, sure, we'll leave it at 1. The incrementer. So do it like this. The incrementer is I, and the incrementer squared is I times I. But this is going to be a variable. And so is this. It's going to be an expression. Maybe I want some spaces in there, make that a little bit more readable. There we go. So then we'll let that see. Let's go see what that does. If we go over here and run that. Oops, incrementer is not defined. Line 25. Oh, down here, that needs to be changed to I. That's a very typical mistake. It's great that these things come up while I'm doing this because you can kind of see how I fix them. So I could see right here that it was on line 25. I knew immediately that I had forgotten to change the incrementer to I. I just wasn't exactly sure where it was, but, and did I not save it over there? Line 25, oh, this one here also. There we go. And I'm getting my squares over here as well. So that's working great. Loops are one of the fundamental building blocks in JavaScript. It's important to get comfortable with the syntax needed to create them. And I recommend just sitting down and getting to the point where you can type out a for loop. I know that it looks a little weird at first, but you have to just kind of keep working at it so you can get to the point where you could sit down and say, all right, I'm just going to write out a for loop. And when you get there, then you'll know that you have the loops really down pat. Okay, great. We're going to move on to the next thing. Sequence, selection, and loop. In this lesson, we're going to put together some of what you've already learned and what you've already been doing and see if we can make some sense out of it. In structured programming, we make use of these three structures we've already started working with. Sequence, first you do this, then you do that, finally you do this over here. With JavaScript, you start at the top of the script and you work your way down the script, and JavaScript does everything in the script one thing at a time in a sequence. With selections, we're checking to see if some condition is met. If this is true, do this, otherwise do that. And then with loops, while a condition is true, we're going to continue to do something. So with the scripts that we have next, we're going to learn a little bit about JavaScript string methods while also practicing some of these techniques you've already learned a little bit about with loops and selections and these kinds of things. And hopefully you'll start to see the expressive power of JavaScript. So over here, I have some of the different string methods you can do. And to start with, we're going to work with the toUpperCase method here. So we can actually take a string of text, assign it to a variable, and then take that variable and do dot toUpperCase. And that's a method that will take that string and convert it into an uppercase string. Or you can convert it to lowercase. So, and if you come to this page, you'll notice I'm further down the page here, but there's all kinds of different things we can do with strings, to replace content, to find content, to do all kinds of things with strings. We can take pieces of strings out of strings. We can perform string surgery. So this page is very useful for this kind of, to explain some of the different kinds of things that we can do with strings of text. And you might be wondering, well, why would I want to do anything with a string of text? Why would I want to do this kind of stuff? But if you think about it, a web page, from the very first character of the web page to the very last character of a web page, is nothing but a string of text. If I were to right click on this page and do page source, you can see it starts with a character, and down at the bottom, way down at the bottom, it ends with a character. This is one long string of text. So from that perspective, every web page is really just a string. So if we can do things with strings, we can affect web pages. Not that we're going to do it that way very often, but you actually can do it that way, which is pretty cool. Okay, so let's go forward with this and see what we're doing here. So the first thing we're going to do is create a variable called myString and assign it the following string. I'm really hungry for some, and then use the console log to print out that string. Then make a new variable called myUpperString and use the string method to capitalize all the text in the first string and then print out the capitalized version in the console. Can you do that on your own? Try to do it using this toUpperCase string method here. And you can pause the video and come back and see how I did it. When you're ready, unpause the video and let's see if you got the same thing I got. Did you get something like this? I have the same thing over here in my Visual Studio Code. I left out the spaces, but this is the same thing here. Created a variable myString, assigned some text to it. I'm console logging that out, then make a new variable called myUpperString, which is myString toUpperCase with the parentheses. This is a string method. We're going to talk about methods and functions and all that in a little bit, but for right now, understand that a method has these parentheses at the end. So, and it'll take myString and convert it into uppercase, and then I can console log that out. Assign it to this and console log that out. So that works really great. And I can come over here and see that that actually runs, and I've got both of my strings. One of them is lowercase and one of them is uppercase. Okay, so that works great. Let's see. What should we do next? Next, we'll do some more surgery on our strings. What we're going to do first here is we're going to pull out the word really. So I'm going to make a variable called reallyLocation, and I'm going to use the search method to find out where this word really in my string starts. So what this is going to return is a number of that location. So let's do that first. For really location equals myString dot search really. And then I'm just going to console log out really location, just so you can see exactly what that's getting. Assuming I did that right. I think I did. So that's getting a 5. So what that means is that if I count from here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is character number 5. It's starting at a 5. How many characters do I want to get? I want to get 6 characters. So I'm going to use the substring function or method here, and I'm going to pass in really location, which is location 5, and I'm going to get 6 characters. And what that's going to do is it's going to pull out into this variable special word, the word really. It's going to start at 5 from my string and get 6 characters. So let's do that. Var special word equals string dot substring and I'm going to start with really location and get 6 characters. And if I console log special word, you'll see that what that's getting for me, whoops, I misspelled. Oh, it's my string, isn't it? My string with a capital S. There we go. There we go. Now I'm getting the word really. Great. So I've got that. Now I'm going to take special word and I'm going to assign it back to itself, but uppercased. So I'm going to say special word. I'm going to assign it special word dot to uppercase. So now it's going to be uppercase. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new string and I'm going to replace really with special word into the original my string here. And then I'll console log out new string. So let's do that. Var new string equals my string dot replace. And which order does it go in? I'm going to replace really with special word. Special word, like so. And then I'll console.log new string. And what I should get is I am really hungry for some. So I'm getting the capital word really there. And but this is a sequence. JavaScript is doing a sequence of things, one thing after another, after another. We're just doing a sequence of things here. And JavaScript goes through the script one step at a time, and we're just learning about some string methods along the way. We've learned about a few of them already, uppercase and replace and search and substring. And there's a lot more here that you can go through and learn, but that'll get you started to begin with the various string methods that are available in JavaScript for doing string surgery. For the next step in our sequence, make an array called foods and put 4 foods in the array. Then use the string literal syntax, so we can practice that, to print out a sentence that prints to the console the variable myString, which we declared earlier, and follow that with a space, and then the first element in the foods array. See if you can do that. Pause the video and see if you can do that without looking at the answer that I have next. And when you're done, unpause the video and come back and we'll see how I did it. Did you get something like this? I have my string in here again, but you shouldn't need that because we already have that on our file. But you should have an array and then the console log with the template literal. It takes a little getting used to the template literal thing. Let's do that part together. So over here you can see I've added the array, and then here I need to add the template literal. So I'm going to do, and the way to do this, the best way to do this is to just type the variables, myString, and then I want a space and I want foods, square bracket 0. But these are variables. So I'm going to come in here and add a $sign and a curly brace and a curly brace, and then a $sign and a curly brace around it. And if you do it that way, you'll understand it better. If you always sort of work from the inside out or the outside in this case, we're sort of working from the inside out. But if you work that way, it'll make it easier for you to understand. And then over here, I can actually run that, and I should be getting, I'm really hungry for some cheese. So that works perfectly well. Okay, great. The next thing to do is to see if you can use a loop and loop through all of the elements in the array. I'm really hungry for some cheese, for some pie, for some lunch, for some breakfast, all of these elements. So let's see if we can do that. Go ahead and try it. See if you can write the loop for yourself. Pause the video again and see if you can write it. Try using the for loop. Try using the for of loop. See which one feels better to you. Try them both. Hopefully you got it for yourself, but I'm going to do it here just so you can see how I do this. For, and then I'm going to come in here, I'm going to say var I equals 0. So I'm going to start at 0 while I is less than foods.length. Now I could stick in here a for instead of foods.length, but this is better practice. Foods.length I++. And then I'm going to console log out basically this line here. I'm just going to stick that in there. But instead of food 0, I'm going to put an I in there because I is going to get each one of these. In fact, just so I don't get confused, I'm going to comment that line out there just so I can see that this is really working. So first time through the loop, I is 0. So it's going to print out, I'm really hungry for some space food square bracket 0 because I is 0. I gets incremented to 1. So the second time through the loop, 1 is less than 4 because remember this is going to be a 4. So it'll go through again and it'll get pie. And then the third time through the loop, it's going to get breakfast. And the fourth time through the loop, it's going to get lunch. And then I gets incremented to 4 because it's 0, 1, 2, 3. So I is going to get incremented to 4. 4 is not less than 4. So the loop will bust out. Let's see if that works. And there we go. We're getting all of it there. That's great. Now, what if you wanted to use the for of loop? I'm going to just comment that out. For var each food of foods. Something like that will work. And it doesn't have to be each food. You could do I if you wanted to. And then in here, we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to basically take this and stick it here. But now, instead of foods, this foods I, this is going to be each food. I'm still going to print out my string, but now this is going to be each food. So the first time through the loop, each food is going to be cheese. And then the second time through the loop, it's going to be pie, and then it's going to be breakfast, and then it's going to be lunch. And we should get exactly the same results. Let's go test it out to be sure. And sure enough, I get the same results. Next, we'll bring selection into the mix. So now, inside our loop, we're going to check to see if the element in the loop is even or odd. And if it's even, we're going to make the word for the food that we're getting out of the array all uppercase, like this over here. This should be your results. I'm hungry for some cheese, all capital letters there. And I'm hungry for some pie, and that one's normal, and then lunch is going to be uppercase. Now you might be wondering, well, wait a minute, that's not even. But remember, we're starting with 0. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. So these two really are the even ones. In JavaScript, you can determine if something is even or odd by using the modulus operator, which is the percent sign. And we can figure out when we divide something and use the percent sign, if the remainder is 0, then it's even if you divide something by 2. So we can use that to help us figure out which of these is even or odd. See if you can figure it out, and pause the video and see if you can figure that out. See if you can try it for yourself. You might have to mess around with the modulus operator. It takes a little getting used to, but try working with it a little bit and see if you can figure that out and get this result. Let's do this together. So here I am with my loop, and I got rid of the for of loop. This one's really going to work better because we already have I working as an incrementer with numbers. So we can just work with I to do this. So initially, I'm going to add this, var remainder I%2. Now, what that's going to do is each time through the loop, it's going to take I and divide it by 2 and see what the remainder is. So the first time through the loop, I take 0. 0 divided by 2 is 0. So that's going to be a 0, so that's even. 1 divided by 2 is not 0. 2 divided by 2 is 0, so on and so forth. So if remainder is exactly the same as 0, we could do same as, but just to be absolutely sure, exactly the same as 0. If it's exactly the same as 0, then what we're going to do is we're going to take, we're going to make a variable, var food upper, and assign it foods square bracket I, so that's going to get that first food, whatever I is there, and do 2 uppercase. And then I'm going to print out basically this. But instead of foods, I down there, I can print out this one here. I think that'll work. Else, we'll just do this. Save that. Did I do it right? Let's see. Refresh my page here, and look at that. It's working. So that's great. Did you get something like that? That's great. One last thing I want to talk about, or really the next thing I want to talk about, is refactoring code. Often we will write code the first time and then look at it later and realize, you know what, that could be a little bit simpler. I don't need to, I could simplify that a little bit. And refactoring code is the process of taking your code and not changing its functionality at all, but making it simpler, finding ways of making it shorter, making it more concise, making it more readable. So, and sometimes those things don't all go together. Sometimes making it more concise makes it less readable. But really, you're looking for the right balance of conciseness and readability when you're refactoring your code. So we could take that same piece that we wrote and refactor it a little bit so that we could get rid of that extra variable here. So let's do that really quickly over here. I don't really need to do this here. I could actually do this right in here. And then I can get rid of this variable, remainder. I don't really need that there. And that kind of simplifies things a little bit. And then here also, food upper. I could just take this foods to uppercase, foods I to uppercase, and stick it in here. And then I can get rid of this line too. And you can see how that sort of shortens things up a little bit. Often when we're writing things for the first time, we'll make it more complicated than it needs to be. And frequently students will tell me when they're working through my examples, they'll say, oh, wow, I tried it and I ended up with way more code than you did. Yours was much more concise. Well, that's because I've refactored mine down quite a bit. Nobody writes it perfectly the first time. So don't feel bad about that. Always just keep working at it. Look for ways of taking your code and saying, you know what, this could be a little bit simpler. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to save it, and I'm going to just make sure that it still runs exactly the same way. Make sure I did that right. And I did, so that's fine. Another thing you can do that's really helpful is make comments. If you're not really sure that you're going to, you can refactor something down, but then it can become less readable, and it can be helpful to put comments in there to help you make sure that you are, when you come back to it later, that you know what you did and that it'll make sense to your future self. So, you can go ahead and come in here and add comments. Now I'll put it up here. Checking to see if the incrementer is even. Something like that will be helpful later, perhaps, and you could add more comments in here. So as you're refactoring, be sure to do that as well. Once you've added your comments and refactored your code, you've done a great job at working with sequence, selection, and loops. And we're going to get more practice with those, as pretty much every script that we write will have some combination of them as we go along. Okay, great. See you in the next lesson. JavaScript Basic Challenges 1 through 9. This course includes a number of challenges, and these challenges will really help you become better at writing JavaScript and becoming a JavaScript programmer. So I strongly encourage you to take the time you need to get good at working through these challenges and to really be able to do the challenges and get the correct results. The way the challenges work is I'll give you a challenge. This first one is fairly simple. Write a script that prints out your name on one line, your first name on one line, your last name on the next line. Very basic challenge. But what you should do is set up your file. So I have a file set up here. And then you'll come in here, and it's very normal to be, okay, what do I do first? I don't even know what the first thing is to do. And that's fine. You can always come over and look at the answer for the challenge. Will be on the next slide. And you can look at that and go, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. We did that in the other lesson. I know how to do that. So then come back and actually write that var first name equals Bill. And then, I've forgotten what to do next. And that's normal. This is typical. So go and look again if you have to. Look again and see what you need to do next. And then go back and actually type it without looking at the slide. What this will do a few things to really help you get good at JavaScript. First, what it'll do is it'll help you with the syntax of the language. Remember this slide? Remember, we need to get over this first hump of the camel. We need to get over that first hump, which is learning the syntax of the language. And the way to learn the syntax of the language is to type it. And when you're working on this, even if you're looking at the answer and then having to come in here and just remember it for a few seconds, that will help you learn the syntax and get better at it over time. And I promise it will help. Over time, you'll really start to be able to do these without having to look at the slides if you keep working at it. So look at the answers if you have to. They're here. And then type it without looking at the answer. The second thing that it'll do for you is these challenges build on each other. So the second challenge is a little bit of a baby step beyond the first challenge. And I've designed these challenges such that they build up in small baby steps like this, so that over time, you're taking an idea and kind of expanding it into a larger, more complex script as you go along. And that will help you with the second hump on the camel, learning how to solve problems with JavaScript. You get good at learning how to solve problems, first by solving very small problems and making baby steps. And these challenges will help you do that. So I recommend you do these challenges to the point where you can do them without looking at the answers, because that will really help you with the syntax. And meanwhile, you're building up some skill for how to take a small thing and then build on it. Now, there's nothing magical about these challenges. I also recommend you come up with your own challenges. Try things out. See if you can make a small thing work. If you can make that small thing work, then build on it and see what other ideas you have and see if you can build on those. That is a great way to learn JavaScript. And it's fun. It's fun to see if you can do that kind of thing. So by doing these challenges, by working through these examples, and by getting really good at them, you will build your skills with JavaScript. If you don't have to. You can continue to watch the videos and do the quizzes in the videos, and you'll learn about JavaScript. But in order to actually become a JavaScript programmer, you have to write JavaScript. You have to take the time to really sit down and write it. Even if you're coming to JavaScript from another language like C++ or Java or Python or some other language, and you might be thinking, oh, yeah, I know what loops are and I know what if statements are and those kinds of things. I really recommend you sit down and write JavaScript because it's a little bit different and it takes practice. Okay, great. So keep working on these and get really good at the challenges, and you will be, I promise, you'll be on the road to becoming a good JavaScript developer. Functions in JavaScript. Functions are reusable sets of instructions. So, for example, in the sequence selection and loop exercise, you were adding a bunch of script to the page, and it was getting kind of messy. There was a lot of single lines of code all kind of piling up without a lot of order or organization to them. What we can do with functions is we can take that stuff, stick it inside of something that has a name, and then run that function when we want to run that set of instructions. We can make functions so that they're reusable, so that you can use them in multiple places within your programs. And that's where functions can become very powerful. So here I have a function called doStuff, which is going to run something similar to what we did in the sequence selection and loop exercise. So let's give this a try real quick. I'm going to switch over to my code editor over here. And you can see I've already set up a file, and I recommend you do the same with, it's just an HTML file with an H1, and I've got a script here, and I've got some of the script from our sequence selection and loop exercise. And now I'm going to add a function. So to do that, I would just define a function here. Function. Use the function keyword. Do stuff. Parentheses and curly braces. Now this stuff can just go inside the curly braces. Like that. It's probably best to tab it in so it's clear that it's all inside there. So that's inside of there. And then you have to run the function. Do stuff. So we define the function, which tells it what it does. Then we invoke or call or run the function. Any of those verbs will do. Invoke, call, or run. So I can save that, and I can come over to my page here. So this is that same page. And I can run this, and you can see that the function runs, and it does its thing. It's very normal when you start doing this, and sometimes I still do it, to forget to call the function, which will mean that you'll get nothing, because it will be defined, but it won't actually run. So it's not actually running there. I have to run, do stuff. Okay, so normally I would do that here in the file. Do stuff. We'll run that function. Here's a good thing to try. Go back to the basic challenges that we just did and pull one of them out of there and turn it into a function. I used challenge number 7, but you could use any of them really. See if you can turn it into a function and run it. And pause the video, and when you come back, we'll see what you got. I hope you were able to try that. I went and got a challenge. I went and got challenge number 7, and I have it over here. So here's challenge number 7. How would I take that and turn it into a function? Well, I could do it like this. I could take all of this stuff and I could come over here and I can go ahead and just paste it right on my page here, right in my file here, down here at the bottom. I'm going to just paste it on in there. But I'm going to make a new function. And, what is this thing doing? Well, it's checking a number. So I'm going to make a function called check num, parentheses, curly braces, like so. And then I'm going to take this stuff and I'm going to stick it inside of check num. Tab that in so it's clear that this curly brace is ending that curly brace and that everything is inside. It's always good to be clear about your indenting if you possibly can. It really does help. And then down here I'm going to run check num. And let's see what happens. So over here when I run my script, it says enter a whole number, 54, and then you entered a really big number. So my function is running, it's functioning, it's doing what it's supposed to do, and all of that code is now inside of a function. Functions are even more useful if you can pass data into them so that they can do something with that data. So for example, our first do something message, the first do something function wasn't really useful because it was just taking that string and making it uppercase and then spitting it back out again. But we could make it more useful by passing in a message variable, a parameter. This function has a parameter called message. We could pass in a message as an argument to this function, and it'll take any message and make it uppercase and console log it out. So let's give that a try and see what that does. Down here, I'm going to comment these out. I'll leave the functions. They're not going to hurt anything. But I'm going to comment these out so they don't run. And then I'm going to make a function print message, which takes message as a parameter. Or print uppercase, or I forget, what did I call it over here? Probably should make it match with them. Print upper message. Let's do that then. Upper message. It doesn't matter really what you call it. And then I'm going to take message and I'm going to say, var upper message equals message dot to uppercase. And then I'm just going to console log out upper message. Now when I run this, I run upper message, but I pass in, here is a message. I can pass any message in that I want and it will make it uppercase. Still not super interesting, but it's something that shows us how this actually works. So over here, when I run this, my message is turned into uppercase because that's what that function does. It takes some data and does something to it. And beyond that, we could do something like add numbers together. Again, not super exciting, but we could pass in two parameters here, a number 1 and a number 2. We could add them together and then console log them out. And you would run this by using add nums, and you would pass in the whatever two numbers you want to add there. Let's give it a try real quick. Function add nums. We're going to pass in num1 and num2. I like putting these extra spaces in here, even though that's kind of not the standard, but I think it makes it easier to read for me. All right, so then I'm going to make var sum equal num1 plus num2. And here we're using the plus sign to actually do addition. That's what we want it to do. And then I'm going to console.log sum. Meanwhile, I'm going to comment that out so we don't get that running as well. And then down here, I just need to run it with whatever numbers I want to add. Add nums 329, comma 419. Sure, you could probably do that in your head fairly quickly, but why bother? We can have JavaScript do it for us, right? So if we're going to learn how to do this JavaScript stuff, we might as well do something useful, like add those numbers together to get 728. Maybe not super useful, but you get the idea. And that's a really powerful thing about JavaScript, is we can pass in data through these variables here that we can then work with within our function. The next thing to talk about is returning data. So far, our functions have just done one thing. They've printed out to the console log, because that's really all we have for right now. We will be doing more interesting things, I promise, but for right now, what we have is to print out to the console log. But we can make functions that return something. And that, in this case, it looks subtle. The difference is subtle because in the end, what we have is the console, so we're printing to the console. But here I've updated my function. I'm calling it return sum. And instead of just printing to the console, I'm returning the sum of these two numbers. And then I can console log that out. Again, it's just going to the console, so the end result isn't all that different, but there is a subtle but important difference between these two things. So let's do this really quickly. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to just copy my add nums function and paste it. comment that out for a moment and instead call this return sum, num1, num2. But instead of console logging it out, I'm going to return as a keyword, sum. So it's going to return the value here. And then I can, again, it's just going to go to the console log because that's all I've got access to at the moment. We'll be doing more stuff later. And I can run inside the console log, return sum, and I can put a 3 and a 5 in there, or whatever. And you'll see when I run this over here, assuming I typed that all right, that in fact I get an 8. And it's still going to the console. So you might wonder, well, what's the big deal here? What's the difference here between returning the sum and just having it print out the finished thing here? The analogy that I like to use is one where you're washing your clothes. If you happen to have a washer and a dryer, you have two machines, and those machines work together. So you put your dirty clothes in the washing machine, so you're feeding it in dirty clothes, dirty laundry, and you're putting in soap and you're putting in water, and the washing machine agitates it all and runs it all together. And what it returns to you are clean, wet clothes, which you then put into a dryer. And the dryer will then do its function, which will tumble the clothes with air, hot air maybe, and then return to you clean, dry clothes. So you can think of returning as a machine doing something and processing something, doing something to it, and then returning the result to you so that you can then turn it over to another machine that has its special features and does what it needs to do. Let's take a look at a useful example. This will show us something that a function can do for us in JavaScript right now, and that we could use in some programs that we write. And that is for generating random numbers. Try this out. JavaScript has a random number generator. And I'm going to just give this a try over here on my file. First of all, I'm going to comment that out so I'm not getting that. But I'm just going to console.log math with a capital M .random. And we'll talk more about what that means in a little bit. But math random is going to generate a random number. So now if I go over to my browser and run it, you see that I get a number. And I can keep refreshing my screen and I'll keep getting numbers. The numbers that I get will be from 0 all the way down to 0.000000000, all the way up to almost 1. You saw a minute ago, I got a 9.9 something or other. So it won't go all the way to 1. It'll go to not up to 0.999999999, something like that. But it won't go all the way to 1. It could go all the way to 0, but it won't go all the way to 1. But it's somewhere in there. So what if I wanted random integers? What if I wanted to get a random number between, say, 10 and 52 or something like that? How would I do that? I need to write a function to do that in JavaScript because the random number generator in JavaScript generates random numbers between 0 and almost 1. 0 inclusive, 1 exclusive. It's the way that's officially said. So we can see that that's what's going on here. But if I was playing a game of cards and I had numbered my cards 1 through 52, and I wanted to make sure I could pick a random card, I would need, to be able to pull out a 26, not a 0.35979558399127143. That's not very helpful. So I need to figure that out. And before we go forward with this, I should mention that the random number generator in JavaScript is not truly random. It's using an algorithm to generate the random number, and it's random enough for our purposes, but it's not a truly random number. And if you were making a game that was, making a program that really needed to be random, like a lottery generator or something like that, you would want to use something other than the built-in random number generator. But for our purposes, it's random enough. So that's worth mentioning as well. Here's our first step in creating our random integer generator, is we're going to make a function called random int, and we're going to pass in a minimum number that we want to get and a maximum number that we want to get in our random integer generator. And to start with, we need to know how many values we think we should be able to get. So I'm going to make a variable called number of values, and it's going to take max, and it's going to subtract min, and it's going to add 1 to it. So think of it like this. If I were to run this function with 5 and 10, if I wanted to get a random number that was between 5 and 10 and included 5 and 10, the numbers I could get are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's 6 possible values. So if I take the maximum, which is 10, and subtract 5, that gives me 5 plus 1. That would give me 6 possible values. So that's how this actually works. So let's go ahead and go over to our code editor and start writing this function. I'm going to come in here, I'm going to comment that out. I don't really need that at the moment. But I'm going to make a function called random int. And it's going to take a min and a max. And I'm going to have a variable here, var num of values. And that's going to be the max minus the min plus 1. Do it like that. There we go. That looks nice. Okay, great. And then I can just console log out this number of values just to make sure it's working right. Console.log. And when you're working with programming, you want to do this. You want to just check everything, as many places as you possibly can, just to make sure you're getting what you think you're getting. Num of values. So I'm going to console log that out. And then down here, I'm going to run this function, random int. I'm going to put in a 5, and I'm going to put in a 10, and we'll see we should get a 6, right? That's what we should get. So let's go over and check that. And sure enough, I'm getting a 6, because the possible values, if I'm going to include, if I'm going to say I want random numbers from 5 to 10, I want to include 5 and 10. So I could get a 5, a 6, a 7, an 8, a 9, or a 10. That's 6 possible values. So step 1 of this is correct. And then we'll go on from there to the next step. In the second step for our random integer generator, I'm going to actually generate my random number. And so random num here is going to be between 0 and 1. And I'm going to take that and multiply it by the number of values and see what I get. So let's go ahead and add this to our function over here. So we've got that in there. We can get rid of this. We know that that's working, so we know that's all good. But now I'm going to get var random num and have that equal math.random. So that's going to generate my random number. And then I'm going to say, what did I name this variable over here? I've forgotten already. Random value, random val. I'm going to take var random val and have that equal random num times number of values. And let's just see what that gets us. Console.log random val. Try that out. Let's go over here and run that. And now that's getting me numbers that are between 0 and 6. It won't go all the way up to 6. It'll get me to 5 point something or other, but it won't go all the way up to 6. That's interesting. Great. So we're making progress. Let's see what we need to do next. Next, I'm going to use the math.floor method to round down my random number. So now that should get me a number that's a whole number between 0 and 5. So I'm going to add this variable rounded random value, and I'm going to use the math floor and pass in this random value here. This is my number with all the decimal points. So I'm going to put that decimal place is only one decimal point, but the number with all the numbers after the decimal point. There we go. That's the way I should say that. Okay, so let's give that a try over here. I'm going to get rid of this console log. I don't really need that one anymore. But instead, I'm going to do var rounded random val. Kind of a long variable name. You could make it shorter. And I'm going to do math.floor. Floor is a method and ceil is a method. Ceil for ceiling. So floor will round it down. Ceil, C-E-I-L, will round it up. Short for ceiling, if that makes sense. And then I'm going to pass in there random val. And once again, just to see what my progress is, I'm going to console.log rounded random val. And you saw I didn't have to actually type that. I just pressed tab because it came up in Visual Studio Code. That'll keep me from getting these long variable names wrong. I could just do RRV or something like that to make it shorter, but that's okay. I'm just making it match my images here so you get a sense of what's going on here. Okay, so now when I run this, I get a 2, I get a 5, I get a 0, I get a 2, I get a 3, 5, 0. So now I'm getting whole numbers, but they're not from 5 to 10. They're between 0 and 5. But I am getting 6 of them because I'm getting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. But I'm not getting the numbers between my range that I really wanted. But that's okay. Let's see what we can do next. And now, what we can do next is we can get our final number. And we're gonna take the min and add it to that random val. So for example, if our random number gave us a 0 and we add 5 to it, we'll get a 5. If we got a 1 and we add 5 to it, we'll get a 6, all the way up to 10. So that will give us our random numbers between 5 and 10 if we add the min value to this final number here. So let's go ahead and add that in there and see what we get. Var final num equals min plus rounded random val. And we can console log that out. Come back and check it. And you can see now I'm getting random numbers that can go as high as 10 and as low as 5. And our random number generator is actually working, which is great. In the next step, we're going to make our random number generator, our random integer generator, a little bit more useful. Currently, it works. We can generate random numbers. But the only thing we can do with these random numbers is see them pop up in the console, which is really not very useful. If I wanted to actually take this 9 and do something with it, I can't. All this function does currently is print out to the console. What we could do instead is we could return the final number. Return final number. If I could type, that would help. So here, now we can return the final number, and we could actually use this function somewhere useful. So for example, if I had an array, var foods equals square bracket cheese, chicken, grapes, hamburgers, whatever you want to put in there is fine. We could add more things to the list. But if I wanted to randomly get an element from this array, I could, because random int returns a number, I know this starts with 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. So I want a random number from 0 to 3 in this case. So I could come down here and I could say console.log let's say foods square brackets, and in here I'm going to pass in random int 0, 3. And now, because this random int 0, 3 is going to be, because it returns final number, it's going to be a 0, a 1, a 2, or a 3. So console log foods random int 0, 3 is going to go into the array and get me either a cheese, a chicken, a grapes, or a hamburgers. Let's see if that works, if I typed it right. And sure enough, I got hamburgers, and then I got grapes, and then I got chicken. So that's working just fine. And I can actually use my random number generator to actually do something with another program. So you can think of this, because this thing returns a random number, I can use that within my tool here to get something out of this array. Going back to the washing machine and dryer kind of example, this is my washing machine. It's returning to me a processed number that I can then use with foods to do something. I don't know. It's not that interesting, but it's a little bit more interesting than what we've been doing so far. Okay, great. One last thing to look at and think about for this is that this function is pretty long. We could refactor it. Remember, we want to refactor as much as we possibly can. So what we could do is we could refactor this thing down quite a bit here. What we want to return is really this, math floor random val. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to stick it down here. Did I select that right? There we go. Oh. I'm going to return I'm going to do that, but in here what I'm going to take is I'm going to say really what I want is I want this max plus min. I want to put that in here. I'm going to put that in its own set of parentheses, max min, times my math.random. I'm I'm going to do that, and then outside of this, I'm going to add plus min. I believe that will work. I think I have that right. Let's see if I have that right. I'm going to comment this stuff out for the moment. I'm pretty sure that's right, because I'm going to return, I'm going to take math floor, I'm going to take my max, subtract my min, and add 1. Multiply that by math random. I'm going to round that down and add min. And that should be doing the same thing as this. Let's see if I did that right. Over here, if I run this again, I am still getting my items here. So this is a shortened version of all of this stuff. Now, you might look at this and go, well, I don't really understand what's going on here. And that's a great place for a comment. So here you could say something like, creating a random integer from min and max. Or you could put a more explicit statement in here. Sometimes taking a big chunk of code and reducing it down to one line can be difficult to understand exactly what it's doing later. But in this case, I kind of like it, because if you were to go looking around on the web for a random integer generator for JavaScript, if you Google that, you'll get statements that look like this. You'll get functions that look like this. You'll find them on Stack Overflow and other places. So it's kind of useful in this case. Sometimes these one-line statements where everything's reduced down become very difficult to read and understand exactly what they're doing. But I think this one's pretty good. So I kind of like it. Okay, so that allows us to create a random integer generator that we then refactored down into one line of code. But by walking through the steps, you could sort of see each step along the way and how that actually worked. We have a few more things to talk about in terms of functions before we're done with this lesson. And the next thing is that functions in JavaScript can be anonymous. And one of the important things to understand about the way functions work in JavaScript is that functions are first-class citizens in JavaScript, which means you can assign a function to a variable the way you could assign a string to a variable or a number to a variable. And in fact, you can use a function wherever you can use data in JavaScript, and it's one of the very powerful features of JavaScript. If you'll recall, we talked earlier about the fact that JavaScript has some features that are really best-in-class features for any programming language, and this is one of them. This is really a very powerful feature of JavaScript. So you can actually assign a function to a variable, and that function doesn't have to have a name. It can be nameless. It can be anonymous. There are times when this is very useful, especially if you're making a function that's really only going to be used once or in one context. Then there's really not a reason to create a named function if you're not going to use that name over and over and over again or in different places in your script. So function expressions are useful for that. They're useful for other things as we get into more sophisticated JavaScript, but for right now, I just want you to be aware of what they are. We won't be using them much for a while, but eventually you'll be using function expressions if you keep working with JavaScript. So let's actually see what this looks like in our code over here. I'm going to come over to my editor here, and I'm going to leave that. That's all fine. But I'm going to make a variable called greeting, and I'm going to assign it a function. And you'll see that this function doesn't have a name. It's just an anonymous function. And we could do whatever we want in here. I'm going to just for right now just do console.log hello from the function. My slide has something a little bit more sophisticated on there, but for right now, this will just do for us just to sort of see what this does. And then in order to call this function, again, remember we have to invoke the function. We have to call it or run it. I run greeting as if it were a function, which seems kind of weird, but that's the way it works in JavaScript. Greeting parentheses. So we run that like a function. And now if I come over to my console over here and run this, I'm getting hamburgers again, then I'm getting hello from the function. Hello from the function. So that function is actually running. So that's kind of important to understand. And again, this is called a function expression, and it's because functions are first-class citizens in JavaScript that we're able to assign a function to a variable just as if it were data. The next thing to understand about functions in JavaScript, and I'm not going to demonstrate this now, but I just want to call your attention to it because if you're looking on Stack Overflow, if you're looking up scripts online and seeing other kinds of things, you will see arrow functions. And this is, again, part of ES6 or ES 2015. It brought this new syntax, and we'll come to it not in this course, but in the third course. We'll actually start working with arrow functions. But I want to mention them now because you'll see them around, and when you look at them, you'll look at them and go, what's this? We haven't done this in JavaScript yet. So I just want you to be aware that it's just a slightly different syntax for writing functions. So here I have a function that should look fairly familiar. I've got a greeting, hello, and good morning. And then I've got function capitalize, and I'm passing in a string, and then I take that string and uppercase it, and then I return any string. So this function is going to return this string uppercased. And this is should be fairly familiar from doing this lesson so far. We've seen this kind of thing, and that's not too different from what we've seen. Whereas here, we're using the function expression. I have a variable called capitalize expression, and that has an anonymous function that takes a string, and then it takes that string and makes it uppercase and returns it. So this variable will become the uppercase string that gets passed in when it's run. And that's the variable expression, the function expression that we saw just a few minutes ago. Now, when we use the arrow functions is a different syntax for a function expression. And in fact, sometimes they're officially called arrow function expressions. So we can make a variable capitalize arrow and any string, and then instead of the word function, we can just put in this equal sign and the greater than sign to make an arrow, and it'll take any string, and we can take any string and uppercase it and return that. So this becomes like one line, which is one of the reasons why these arrow functions have become popular, is they really do kind of lead to shorter code and less syntax to have to deal with. Although when you look at them, it can be a little bit harder to understand exactly what's going on here. But all three of these functions are actually doing the same thing. They will all return the exact same data. So that's kind of an important thing to understand. And again, we'll get to the arrow functions later in the third course, but for right now, I just want you to be aware that they exist and that really they're just a different syntax for writing functions. The last thing that we need to talk about in terms of our lesson today on functions is the difference between functions and methods in JavaScript. It can be a little bit confusing because these two terms are basically interchangeable in JavaScript, and you've already heard me use the term method sometimes and functions other times. So it's helpful to know a little bit about what the two terms mean and why they're interchangeable. Essentially, in JavaScript, when you have a function that belongs to an object, it's called a method. So for example, we have the string object, and there are functions that belong to string objects like 2 uppercase or 2 lowercase. And when we have a function like that belongs to the string object, it's called a method. It's called the 2 uppercase method because it belongs to the string object. Or another example, with arrays we have the push method, which is a function that belongs to the array object. Okay, so when we push something into an array, we're using the push method, and we use the term method for that. Now, in reality in JavaScript, everything is an object. So in that sense, every function belongs to an object of one sort or another. And in fact, early on in this lesson, we wrote a function called doStuff. But doStuff, since it doesn't explicitly belong to some other object, it does belong to the window. And you could actually write window.doStuff, and that will actually work. So if we go back to our code here, and I come in here and I uncomment out this thing and I put window.doStuff, you'll see if I save that and come back and test it over here, it actually functions. Because ultimately my doStuff function belongs to the window object. Now we don't often, if a function belongs to the window object, we don't often do this. Occasionally we do, but very rarely will we put window.doStuff in there. We'll just call doStuff. And in that case, we'll call it a function. But when a function more explicitly is set to work with a particular object, we're more likely to call it a method. So that's where the difference in terminology comes from. But in reality, in JavaScript, all functions are methods. So the two terms really are interchangeable. So if you hear the term method and you're confused by that, just think, oh yeah, that's a function, and that's fine. Okay, great. We've learned a lot about functions in this lesson, and you've already learned a lot of JavaScript. And along with the challenges, you'll really get good at the JavaScript syntax, and you'll get good at being able to make simple programs function. And from here, we get to start doing some much more interesting things where we start working with content on web pages and manipulating web pages. So this course only gets more fun from here. So stick with it and keep working on the lessons, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Welcome to the third module on JavaScript. In this module, we'll be doing some really exciting stuff. We'll be digging in and learning how to actually affect elements on web pages. And when we do that, we'll also be looking at events. We'll look at what happens when you want to capture a click or a scroll or the submission of a form or something like that. And when we capture these events, we can then make different things happen on web pages. And this is really where the real magic is in JavaScript. And it's also the reason why JavaScript exists, is because it's so tightly tied into the browser. And now we can find JavaScript in other places other than the browser, but its main reason to exist is the fact that it is so tightly connected into the browser. And we'll really get into that in this part of this course during this module. So I hope you have fun with it, and by the end you will have learned quite a lot of JavaScript. JavaScript and the DOM. The DOM stands for Document Object Model, and JavaScript sees the web document as an object, and it understands it from a hierarchical perspective. So the root object that JavaScript sees is the window itself. The window, our browser window, is the root object. And then that has three sub-objects: the document, the location of that document, and the history. We're really concerned with the document. And the document breaks down into an HTML tag. We've seen that certainly on our documents, on our web documents. And within the HTML tag, there's a body tag. And then we could have whatever HTML is making up the page. Here, I'm showing an article with a header and a paragraph and a footer, and that matches the HTML that's in the image here on the left. So if you look at the markup on the left, you can see how that matches the article here and in the diagram. And JavaScript sees the article as an object that has children. One child would be the header, and the header itself has a child, which would be the H1. And then another child of the article is a paragraph, and another child of the article is the footer, which also has a child, which is a paragraph. And we can see that represented in the diagram over here. These elements on the page are nodes, and JavaScript understands the relationships between the nodes. And we can use methods and properties to do what's called traversing the document and getting from one node to another so that we could affect it with JavaScript. So for example, if node A was that article and it has 3 children, you could say node A dot first child is node dash A1, and node A last child is node A3. And you can look through the descriptions on the left here and understand the relationships between these different elements. So node A1 dot parent node, for example, would be node A, or we can look at the children of node A as an array, and we could say node A child node square bracket 0 would be node A1, and so on and so forth, right down through this entire list. So we can actually use this relationship to work our way around an HTML document using JavaScript and be able to get elements and do things with them. Now, if you're coming to JavaScript from another language like C++ or Java or Python or something like that, this is a little weird. This is kind of strange. But really, when you think about it, JavaScript's tight integration in with the browser and with what happens on our document is really JavaScript's reason for being. And certainly we're seeing JavaScript now outside the browser and in other places, but JavaScript's main reason for being is the fact that it can do this stuff and other scripting languages can't, or other programming languages can't. And in 2009, when they decided that JavaScript was going to be the programming language for the web, it was going to be native to the browser, that's when this stuff really got solidified. And everybody wanted to follow the exact same specification. And even if they were doing slightly different implementations of it, they were following the specification so this would work with JavaScript in whichever browser you were in. And it's taken a while to get to compatibility across browsers with JavaScript, but we're pretty close to there these days. The dot syntax and methods. Notice we use dots or periods to separate objects from their properties or their methods in JavaScript. And on the right here, you can see that we have a number of methods that are related to being able to traverse the DOM or affect the DOM. Insert before, we can create an element and insert it before another element. We can replace a child. We could say, take this child out of here, remove a child, append a child. We can add a new paragraph to the end of a div or something like that. Clone a node. We could take an entire div with all its contents and clone it and add it to the page somewhere else. We can create an element. We can create attributes. We can create a text node. These are all methods that JavaScript has built into it that allow us to do things to the document object model, to the document itself, and will affect the document there. One of the document methods you'll use most frequently, and is a good one to learn first, is getElementById. GetElementById is a document method or a function that belongs to the document object. Remember, that's how we define methods. And what we can use with getElementById is we can pass in a particular ID, and then we can do things to that element. That will go into our document, into our DOM, our document object model, and find that particular element and do something with it. So we could set the style property and the color subproperty to red, for example, for this paragraph that has an ID of 1. And remember, in HTML, when you have an ID, it must be unique. It must be a unique ID on the page. This is something I see as a mistake a lot of times with students learning to create web pages. They'll use an ID on the page multiple times. But the whole point of an ID is that it's unique. Just like you have a student ID or a driver's license ID or some other ID with a unique ID number on it, the whole purpose of having an ID is that it is unique. So let's give this a try. I'm going to come over to my code editor here, and you can see I've set up a page, and I guarantee you it's a good idea for you to do this as well. So I strongly suggest it, but I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say document. If I could type document.getElementById. And you can see as I start typing that it even comes right up here, and I can actually select it from the list to make sure I get it right, because you have to get the capitalization right. It's camel cased, so the get is lowercase, but E is uppercase, B is uppercase, and I is uppercase, but the D is lowercase. So you have to get that right, otherwise it won't work. And I'm going to pass in 1 because it's going to match this ID here. And I can set the style.color to red. If I save that, and then I come back over here, and you can see I have this web page loaded up here, and it's black here. But as soon as I refresh the page, you'll see that it's turned red. Now, I don't have any code in my HTML that's doing that. It's the script that's doing that after the fact. It's really important to understand this. So as I come down here, notice paragraph ID 1, and then style color red is added here. But I didn't add that. That's not in the HTML that I added. Over here in the HTML that I have the ID 1, but I don't have a style attribute on here at all. JavaScript took, when the page loaded, JavaScript loaded the paragraph the way I wrote it, and then what the script did is it went in and found that element with the ID of 1, and it added the style attribute here and set its color property to red. So JavaScript is doing that on the fly after the page has been retrieved. Right now, we're just loading it from our desktop, but you could be getting it off of a web server. You could be getting it from anywhere. And that page, when it gets to the browser, it gets rendered by the browser, and then the script runs down at the bottom of the page and affects the page after that paragraph has already been rendered. It happens so fast you don't even really see it. But this is a really great example of a document method, getElementById, which is allowing us to go into our document, find that ID, and then affect it on the page. Here's another document method that allows us to get elements on the page and do something with them. It's called getElementsByTagName. And I have the S in elements highlighted because a common mistake is to leave it off because it's getElementById, but this is getElements. So this is going to get more than one element. This is going to get a group of elements, a collection of elements. And then we can do something with that collection of elements. So let's give this a try. Here I have my page. I have some paragraphs on the page, and I can write a script here, document.getElementsByTagName. And again, the best thing to do is to go down and make sure you select it from the list. That way you won't spell it wrong. But it's getElements with a capital E and an S by tag name. Make sure you get all the capitalization right there. And then I can actually pass in, say, a P for paragraphs. So what this is going to do is it's going to go in and get all of these elements. And I can assign that to a variable, var my paragraphs equals. So now my paragraphs is going to hold a collection of paragraphs. And if I console log that out, console.log my paragraphs. If I console log that out, let's see what I get. I'm going to come back over here to my page and refresh. And we don't see any difference here, but if I go to the console, you'll see I get an HTML collection of 3 things: paragraph, paragraph, and paragraph. And that's what's in here. And I can even fold this down and see what the different paragraphs are. It gives me some information about them. But it's giving me the collection of the paragraphs here. So that's kind of important to understand about this particular method. Whereas getElementById gives me always just one thing. It'll always give me one because IDs are unique. Whereas getElementsByTagName will give me an HTML collection of elements that I need to then do something else with. If I wanted to set the color of these paragraphs to red, then I would need to use a loop because I can't apply the style color to a collection of things all at once. I have to apply them to each item in that collection. So I need to use a loop to loop through each of the elements in that collection. So I'm going to use a for loop here. And let's go ahead and do this over here, rather than console log this out. I'm going to use a shorter variable here. My paragraphs is kind of long. I'm guaranteed to type that wrong at some point. So I'm just going to call it P's, something like that. That's fine for paragraphs. That's fine. All right, great. So I'm going to make a for loop. And again, remember, if you've been doing the challenges and really getting used to the syntax, you should be able to just write a for loop. For var I equals, not 1, I equals 0, while I is less than P's dot length I plus plus. And then we've got our curly braces. And in here, I'm going to take each paragraph. So I'm going to say P's square bracket I dot style dot color equals red. Now, if I just do this, you'll see it'll work. It'll actually go through this entire loop. The first time through the loop, this thing has 3 paragraphs, and it's going to get paragraph 0 and set its style color to red. And then I gets incremented from 0 to 1. 1 is less than 3, so it will get paragraph 1, which is this one here, and set its color to red. I gets incremented again to 2. 2 is less than 3, so it'll come in, it'll get paragraph 2, that's this one here, and set its color to red. And then I gets incremented to 3. 3 is no longer less than 3, because remember ps.length, the length of this is 3. So 3 is no longer less than 3, and the script will end. So let's give that a try. Let's run that over here. If I refresh this, you can see all my paragraphs turn red. Now, the loop goes so fast, you can't even see it. So let's do something to make it so we can really see that this is actually a loop. So I think this is kind of interesting. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to add alert I'm going to use my my backticks here. Showing paragraph I, and then don't forget, since that's going to be a variable, we're going to $, curly brace, curly brace. Now, if I run this in Chrome, I'm going to get this alert 3 times. Showing paragraph 0, showing paragraph 1, showing paragraph 2, and then it turns the colors. Even better is to show this in Firefox. So I'm going to switch to Firefox web browser over here. Firefox does things a little bit differently. It uses the Mozilla rendering engine, and so it renders things a little bit differently. So I'm going to go ahead and open our page here in Firefox. And there's my DOM HTML. And notice the difference here. This one actually shows the first paragraph turns red, and then I get the alert. And then we see the second paragraph turn red, and I get the alert. And then I get the third paragraph turning red. So you can actually see the loop actually running. And usually these loops run so fast you don't even see them. But with the alert in there, you can actually see that that loop is running and turning the paragraphs red one at a time in the collection. And I think that that's helpful in understanding how JavaScript works with collections of elements. The next document method that we're going to look at is getElementsByClassName. And this method will do exactly what you think it will do. It will allow us to go into our document and get elements that have a particular class name and put them into an HTML collection. So that's very useful as well. Let's give it a try real quick. Here you can see I've added class equals special, and on my image over there it was blue, but whatever class you want to put is fine. It doesn't really matter as long as you set up a variable var my class equals document dot get elements by class name, this one here. And again, make sure you get all the capitalization right or it won't work. And we're going to get special. Make sure you spell it the same as it is there. I'm likely to spell that wrong. So that will take all of these elements, in this case it's just 2, and stick them into a collection. And then the same as before, we're going to need to use our loop to go through and change these items. For var I equals 0, while I is less than my class dot length. I could just put a 2 there, but it's better to use this just to make sure that I get all of them, no matter how many there are. I plus plus. And then I could do my class square bracket I. First time through the loop, that's going to be a 0. Second time through the loop, it's going to be a 1, and then it'll finish. Dot style dot color equals red. And that should work just fine. Let's go test it out. And it turned those 2 classes red. Now, one more point of interest while we're here. Even if I just had one element on the page that had this class, I could give it an ID and use getElementById. But if I am going to use getElementsByClassName, even if there's only one, it still is going to return a collection of elements. And that collection is only going to have one element in it. And I still need to use a loop or some other way of getting to the element inside that collection, even though there's only one. And you'll see the loop will still work. It'll just run only one time. a little bit easier way of doing that is I don't really need a loop here because I know that there's only one element in this collection. So I know it's going to be element 0. So I don't need a loop. I can just make this 0 and get rid of the loop. Like so. Kind of clean that up a little bit. So now I've got my class is getting elements by class name special, and my class 0, since I know there's only one, it's going to be my class 0. It's going to be that one in the collection. So I can access it through, because it's treated like an array there. It's not actually an array. It's a collection of HTML elements, but I can treat it like an array to go and get element 0 out of there. And you'll see that will work just as well. But the important thing here to understand is that if you're using get elements by class name or get elements by tag name or anything else that gives you a collection of elements, you have to go in and treat it as if it's a collection, because that's what it is, and not just as an individual element. And that's easy to forget, especially if you have only one. You're like, how come I can't just change that one? Why can't I just use my class style color red? Because there's only one element with that class in there. But JavaScript is getting a collection of elements, even if the collection only has one element, or even if it has 0 elements in it, it'll still be a collection of elements. So that's an important thing to understand about get elements by class name and get elements by tag name. The next document method that we're going to look at is query selector. Now, the history here is a little bit interesting because in 2009, as we said before, ES5 became the de facto standard for scripting for the web. But there was the rise of a library called jQuery that became extremely popular, and it remains very popular to this day. Less so now than it was, but it's still a very popular library that made getting elements in the DOM and doing things with them a lot easier. And jQuery was very popular for that reason. And due to that popularity, JavaScript had added to it in 2013, so before ES6, an API that allows us to use query selector and query selector all, which we'll also look at, to get elements from the DOM. And it's a little bit more convenient, but it works a little bit differently than the older get element by ID, get element by tag name, get element by class name methods. So these are newer methods and they're very useful, but they work a little bit differently. And because of the introduction of these methods, jQuery is not nearly as necessary as it used to be. And we'll still learn jQuery. We'll be learning that in the second course in the specialization. But now we can actually get elements into our DOM a little bit easier than we could just with the older methods. Okay, so let's take a look at query selector and the way that works. So over here I have a document and I have a div with an ID on it, and then inside there I've got a paragraph of the class. Well, I could do something like this. My text equals document dot query selector and then what I would pass in is actually instead of just some class, I would put either I could put .some class. So it's different here is before we didn't use the CSS syntax. Now we have to use the CSS syntax with query selector. Or I could even be more specific and I could say, go find #special.some class. to get to some class inside the ID special. And what's nice about this is that query selector will always return the first element that it finds that matches what you pass in here. So even if I had another paragraph with some class on it, this will always only return one thing to my text. Let's put a semicolon there and see if this works. My text dot color, style dot color equals red. And if I go over and test this document, and again, I recommend that you give this a try yourself, you can see that it's turned that paragraph red. Now, if I were to go in here and add my class, some class, to another element on here, like this one here, you'll see it will still only affect the first paragraph if I go back and refresh this, because it only gets the first element that it matches. And that's very useful for when you want to go in and get something like that. And again, remember with both query selector and query selector all that you have to pass in, when you pass stuff in, you're passing in the CSS syntax, pound special instead of just special, or dot some class instead of just some class. That's really important with query selector. Okay, great. Let's take a look at the query selector all method in the next video. The query selector all method does what you would think it would do, is that it allows you to grab a group of elements again, but this time using the newer, more updated DOM API query selector all. So let's go and give that a try really quickly here. So over here, I've got my div ID special and I've got some paragraphs in here. And I can do something like var my text equals document dot query selector all. I want that one, query selector all. And I could pass in here in quotes, I could pass in pound special P. And that's going to get me all of the paragraphs that are inside this div special. So I can go into my document and find a particular group of elements somewhere in my document. But again, with this, we're going to need a for loop. For var I equals 0, while I is less than my text dot length I plus plus. And then I can do my text square bracket I dot style dot color equals red. There we go. Save that, and then we should be able to test it over here and see when I refresh the page, it is turning all those paragraphs red. And just one more time to just drive this home, notice in here when I go look in that div, it's added style color red to each one of these paragraphs. That's what it's doing. It's going into special and finding the paragraphs and affecting the DOM after the page, after the HTML initially loaded. It's really important to understand that that's the way this works. So query selector all will allow us to get groups of elements, and then we would loop through them to affect them one at a time. So far, we've talked about 5 document methods. 3 of them are older. Document get element by ID, we'll still use that quite a lot. Document get elements by tag name, and document get elements by class name. You might use those less often now because now we have the newer methods, query selector and query selector all. But these are just some of the document elements that allow us to add elements to the page. Next, I want to talk about working with properties. And we've already seen this a little bit. We've seen element.style.color. So we're going in and we're getting that element, whatever the element is, we've got that element, whether it's paragraphs or whether it's a div or whatever it is, we're getting that element with our document methods. We're getting those elements, and then we can apply the style property. We can get the style property and the color subproperty and set it to whatever color name we want. And there are other properties that we can use. There are a number of them. Some of the more popular ones or ones that we'll use more frequently are inner HTML. We'll be seeing that one quite a bit. And class name is really useful so that you can actually take an element and apply a class to it. This is super useful in modern JavaScript because CSS has become so powerful. Now we can put animations in CSS, and then when we want to animate something, we can use JavaScript to add that class in CSS that has the animation, and the animation will take place in the screen. And that's a really, really great way to create interactive or animated elements on a web page. So we have the document methods, and now we have element properties that allow us to work with the properties of certain elements, but there are also element methods or element functions. And those are also really useful. So for example, set attribute, we could pass in an attribute name and then set its value. So not only can we, back here we could set the class name by using the class name property. Here we could set the class name by passing in class and then passing in a value. I forgot a quote at the end there. But we could pass in the value there, or we could do something else. We could use on an anchor tag, we could set the href attribute and set its value. Or we could remove an attribute, or we could get an attribute and do things with it. Notice that methods are distinguished by the fact that they have parentheses. So when you're using a method or a function, it has parentheses, whereas the properties don't have parentheses. They have an equal sign and then the value. So that's how you can tell the difference between a property and a method. Okay, great. Let's see what else we can do with this. This may be a little bit confusing at the moment, but I promise that as we practice this stuff, it'll start to make more sense. But it does take a little bit of getting used to all these methods and properties for working with our document to affect our web pages. Next, we'll take a look at one of the element properties that we just talked about in the previous video and see how powerful it is. And that's inner HTML. And if you look at this image here, you can see I have a div with an ID special, and I can use any of my document methods to go in and get that div. And then I could use inner HTML to actually change the contents in that div. I can replace these contents with something else entirely, completely new, completely different, and that something else could have HTML in it. So let's see what that looks like. So over here I have my div ID special, and I have these 3 paragraphs in here. But down here I could say var my div equals document dot get element by ID. Pick it from the list so you don't spell it wrong. Special. With this version, we're not using the pound here. We're using the older get element by ID. We can switch that in a minute just so you see what that looks like. But then I can say, okay, I've got that element, my div dot inner HTML equals, this is an element property, so we use the equal sign. And then inside quotes, I can create a completely new piece of content to stick in there. we go. That's my P there. Okay, great. So now when I run this, you'll see over here, it's still red from before, but that's okay. Those paragraphs are going to get removed and replaced with a new paragraph. Look at that. And if I come down here and look and inspect in my body and look at div ID special, there's only one paragraph in here in my inspector. Whereas if I were to do view page source, you'd see 3 paragraphs in there, because when the page loaded, it had 3 paragraphs. And then the script ran and it removed those 3 paragraphs and put this one in instead. And that's what JavaScript is doing. And I can't express how powerful this is, because frequently what we need to do on our web pages is take a bunch of content and replace it with some other content. Now, here I'm using getElementById special. I could also do query selector. But if I use this one, then I would pass in pound special. You see the difference there. This is the newer method, and it uses the CSS syntax to get to that element. But this will work just the same. If I go back and refresh this page, you'll see it'll do exactly the same thing. It'll get my new paragraph and put it in there. So you could use whichever document method you want. Once you get that element, then you can use your element properties to affect the element here. Now I'm putting this all inside of this div here, but I don't need to use the variable. I could just do document getElementById special and then put this here. It just makes for a very long line. So it's kind of helpful, and that'll work. It's kind of helpful to have the variable, but you don't have to have it. I could just go document query selector special.innerHTML and then set my property right there, and that'll work just as well. There's my new paragraph. So that's using the inner HTML. And again, I just cannot overemphasize how powerful inner HTML is. We could use this in lots and lots of places to get elements on our page and then replace those elements with completely new elements. And you can put more HTML in there. We could put an entire document of HTML inside this div. Not just one paragraph, but you could put articles, you could put all kinds of stuff, images, all kinds of things could go in there using inner HTML. The next element property that I want to show you, which is extremely useful, is the class name element property. So let's take a look at how this one works. Here I have a div with some paragraphs in here, and I'm using my query selector to get the first paragraph. Because remember, instead of returning a collection, query selector returns the first one that it finds. So it's going to go in here and look for the first paragraph. And then I'm going to take that first paragraph and I'm going to use the class name property, element property, to set the class to blue. And up here I've added style and I've added a class blue here to my document. So let's see how this works. I'm going to go over to my page over here, and you can see I've added up here a rule here to set for anything that has the class blue here. So let's come down here. I'm going to call this var first para equals document dot query selector. And remember, we have to use the CSS syntax. In this case, it's just a P because it's just a tag selector. But I'm going to go get that first paragraph. Now I've got 3 paragraphs, but remember, query selector just returns the first one. And then I'm going to say, okay, first para, set the class name. And you can see here, there's one called class list. I'm just showing you a few of the document the document properties that are super useful, but there are plenty of other ones that you can look up and work with as well. class name equals blue. So now when I run this, come back here, click on my document here, I've got my 3 paragraphs, but when I refresh the page, it turns the first paragraph blue. And if I come down here and look at this, what has it actually done there? But it's added class equals blue onto that paragraph. Sure, I could have set the style color property to blue, but adding the class blue is even more powerful, because even though in both cases I'm just setting the color, I could have a lot more declarations in this class up here that would do all kinds of things. That I could be adding an animation. I could be doing all kinds of really cool stuff. And we'll get to do some of those things in this course. So, so hold on to your hat because it's coming. But first, I just want to introduce the basic concepts to begin with. And this is a super useful one, using the class name property to set a class that already exists on the page. It's just really, really powerful. Back to our slides here. We've looked at a few of the element properties that we can set. The style property with its subproperties for our different CSS features. We can use that one. We can use the inner HTML property. That's extremely powerful for replacing HTML inside of any element. And then there is the class name property that allows us to put a class name on things. The next thing I want to look at really quickly is some of the element methods. Remember, these are properties because they've got the equal sign and then a value, but we also have element methods. And the first one we'll look at is set attribute. So here I have a form, and let's just do this one really quickly here. I have a form, and I'm going to say var my checkbox equals document dot get element, or I can do query selector input, and then I'll get my first input field here. And then I could do, okay, my checkbox dot set attribute, and set attribute takes 2 parameters. I'm going to say, what is the attribute that I want to set? In this case, it's checked. And I'm going to set the value, which is also checked. Checked. And that's the way. What that will do is it'll come in here and it's going to set a checked attribute and set it to checked, which will make the checkbox checked by default. So if we go over and view the page, currently without having set that checkbox, you can see I've got a checkbox here, but it's not checked. When I refresh the page, it comes up as checked by default. And if I come down here and look at this, you can see checked equals checked. It's added that attribute into the page, into my HTML here. So set attribute could be used for any number of attributes. You want to set an image source on an element, you could use this. You want to change the href on a link, you could use this. Any attribute could be accessed with set attribute, and you could set it to whatever value you want to set it to. And that is another very powerful tool that allows us to change content on our web pages. I have shown you a few of the document methods, the element methods, and the element properties in this lesson. And there are lots more. There are many, many more that you can use to do all kinds of interesting things to your pages. But I think it's helpful to see just a few to begin with, to see how those work and to experiment with those in a limited way, and then add more features and methods and all of that stuff as you go along. I do want to show you just a few more in this lesson, just because I think it's helpful to just see that there are different ways of doing things in JavaScript. And this one I want to show you is a way of creating elements and text nodes in JavaScript and then adding them to the page. It's kind of an interesting process. And again, we've used inner HTML, and we can use that to also change content on the page. But this is just a different way of doing it. So here, let's actually switch over to the code editor so that we can actually do this. Here, I'm going to make a variable var my tag. And I'm going to say document dot create element, create an element. And what am I going to create? I'm going to create a paragraph. So this makes a new paragraph and puts it into my tag. Create element is a document property that makes a new element. And then I'm going to make a new text node, var my text equals document dot create text node here's a new paragraph. So I'm going to make the text node. So JavaScript creates a text node. We create the paragraph, we create the text node, and then we're going to say my tag dot append child my text. So that takes the paragraph that we just created, the text node, this text, and sticks it into the paragraph tag that we created. So all of this is just happening in memory in JavaScript. And then we have to actually put it on the page. So I'm going to get my div here, var my div. My div equals document dot query selector div. That's going to go find the first div on the page. And then I can say my div dot append child my tag. So we're doing a multi-step process here where we're taking the paragraph, we're creating a paragraph, we're creating some text, putting the text in the paragraph, and then going and getting our div and putting the paragraph, appending it to the end of the paragraph there. Let's see if I did this right. If I come back and do this over here and refresh, you can see that my first paragraph is here and a new paragraph has been appended inside the div. It's been added to the div here. And JavaScript is doing that through this process. Could I have just used inner HTML and added and changed the contents of this div so that it had these two paragraphs? Sure, I could have done it that way. But sometimes it's useful. This seems like a kind of convoluted, complicated way, but sometimes it's useful to actually create the elements using the document method create element to create content to stick in those elements and then to append them to the page in particular places. Sometimes that's useful, and sometimes a better way to go than using inner HTML in certain circumstances. One last method that I want to show you in this lesson is how to remove an element from another element. And again, we could use inner HTML and just replace all the contents all at once. But sometimes removing elements is useful. So let's take a look at this example really quickly. Here I have a div with two paragraphs in it. And I'm going to go ahead and get that div and put it into a variable. var my div and assign it document dot query selector div. So that'll go get the first div on the page, which there's only one, so that's nice and easy. And then I could do my div dot remove child. That method. And which child am I going to remove? Well, I'm going to say my div dot children square bracket 1. So what that's going to do is it's going to go into my div, look at its children, and find find child number 1. Remember, this is child number 0 here. That's 0, this is 1. So that will actually go and remove this second paragraph from this div. Put a semicolon there, save that, and then let's go over to our browser here. And you can see I've got the 2 paragraphs there. When I refresh the page, that second one is gone. And down here, you'll see it's not in here anymore. It's been taken out. JavaScript removed it. So removing elements using the remove child method is a really useful tool for removing elements from the page if you need to do that. And so here we've seen a lot of different methods that we can use on our web pages to do all kinds of things. And we've talked about some of the document methods, some of the element methods, and some of the element properties that we can use to go in and affect content on our page. And remember, JavaScript sees the page as this tree of objects, starting with the window and building down from there. And we can traverse that document and find elements on there and then affect them using these different methods and properties. And that's how we're going to create all kinds of interactive elements on our web pages. Capturing events with JavaScript. Events happen. Users will click on something, they'll scroll the page, they'll submit a form. Events happen on web pages. And when events happen, JavaScript can capture them, and then they can do something with those events. When we combine this with manipulating the document, like we saw in the previous lesson, this is where a lot of the power of JavaScript really happens. Once we've talked about how to capture events and handle them, you have all of the basic pieces of the puzzle to make interactive web pages, because we can use our logic flow structures, sequence selection, loop, along with our document methods and our element methods and properties to change elements on the page when events happen. And that's how we can get interactive web pages. Let's take a look at this very basic example. Here I have a web page with a button on it. And when you click the button, it's going to pop up an alert saying that you click the button, something that shows that you actually clicked the button. So let's go over and do this and try this out. Here you can see I have a web page. I have a button on the web page. It says don't press me. And I'm going to grab that button using my document element methods. So I'm going to make a variable var btn, and I'm going to assign it document.query selector button. And that'll get that button. There's only one button on the page, so it's easy to get that one button. And it's going to assign it to btn there. And then I'm going to make a function. Remember, we talked about functions. I'm going to make a function called ouch. And all that function's going to do is do an alert. I told you not to press me. You can put whatever you want in there. That's fine. And then I'm going to say, okay, btn.onClick, run this function, ouch. So that's going to actually run a function using on the button. And we're using here a special property that will capture the click event. So let's do that really quickly. Let's see if this works. If I come over here and refresh the page, if I click don't press me, I get an alert that says I told you not to press me. So I'm capturing that event of the clicking of the button. And the way I'm capturing that event is with the onClick property. One thing to notice is that I define this function, and when I assign the function to that property, notice I don't put the parentheses at the end here. If I did, then that function would run right away. It would run immediately. So if I put parentheses here, you'll notice that it's not going to wait for me to click. Instead, it's going to run right away. So if I come over here and refresh this page, you'll see I get the alert without even clicking the button. So when I use the event property with the function that I've created this way, I do not add the parentheses for the function there. I just reference that function by name, ouch. And it will then run that function when the event runs. Now, you don't have to define a function here. We can actually just use an anonymous function here. So I could say function, parentheses, curly braces, and just stick the alert in here. And get rid of this altogether. And frequently, when you're using something like this, you're only going to run this on this particular button in this circumstance. So there's not really a reason to create a named function that you could use over and over again in this case, if you're only going to run this in this one case here. But let's see if this works. Refresh, don't press me, and I'm getting the alert. So I can use the anonymous function to do that. The onClick event property is useful, but a more frequent method that you'll see of capturing events is using the add event listener method. This is a great way of capturing events because you can capture all kinds of events with the add event listener method. You can even tell it what type of event you want it to capture. And what's really great about it is you can actually put multiple event listeners on one element, whereas with the event property, you can only put one, you can only be listening for one thing at a time. So here, I'm going to go back to our version of with the function, ouch, and the alert in there, and then we'll use the add event listener instead. So let's give that a try really quickly over here. So instead of using the onClick event for button btn, instead of onClick, that event property, I'm going to use the add event listener method. And notice the difference between the two. The onClick property is a property because it's onClick and then an equal sign and what you're assigning to it. Without event listener, it's a method because it's got parentheses. And we're going to pass in a click. That's the event we're listening for. And then we're going to pass in the function that we're going to run when that event happens. And this is a much more modern way of doing things, is using the add event listener method here. So let's see if that works. And sure enough, it works just the same as before. The most common syntax is to use the add event listener with an anonymous function. So it kind of combines the two that we looked at before. So let's take a look at that instead. So down here, instead of running the function here, ouch, we're going to put in an anonymous function with its parentheses and curly braces. And this function is going to run when the click happens. And in here, inside the curly braces is what it's going to do. So we're going to put in there the alert. Stick that in there. And then we don't need this function at all. So you can see that we're running this function starts here and ends over there. We're going to run that function, that anonymous function. And again, we use an anonymous function because unless you're going to be running this alert on lots of buttons, in which case then it does make sense to pull it out and turn it into a separate function. But unless you're going to do that, you're probably only going to use it within the context of this particular button. And in that case, an anonymous function is more appropriate. So we can save that. I'm going to come back and let's just test it one more time, refresh the page, don't press me, and I get my alert. So that works great. Now, this syntax, this line is getting kind of long here. Usually you would break it after the curly brace. And then this curly brace could come down here. Notice when I type this, one last thing I want to show you before we go. I'm going to do it again. Notice when I type it from the outside in. So I type my function with the parentheses and the curly braces, and then I come in here and I add my alert or whatever I want to have happen inside this function here. Because with doing this, you're going to end up with a bunch of extra punctuation here, and it's really easy to get confused. And if you lose a curly brace or a parenthesis or a semicolon or something else, it's really hard. Those problems are some of the harder ones to track down. And you'll have fewer problems. You'll be less frustrated if you do it this way, where you always type from the outside in. So when I add a function, I type its parentheses and curly braces and then go inside and put in what I want to put in here. Okay, so that will really help you with making sure that your syntax is clean and that it's going to have fewer errors. The next thing to look at is the event object. The event object can be passed into the function that runs when an event listener happens. And it's a very useful object to have access to. Let's take a look and see what it does. So over here, I'm in my event listener here, and I have this function here. And I could still do my alert here, alert. I told you not to press me, or whatever I want to put in there. But I can also put in, I can pass in the event object. And sometimes it comes in looking like this. This is just a variable that represents this event object. And I can pass that in, and I can do event.target. So event target will say, what is the thing that triggered this event? Event target dot style dot background color equals red, something like that. Let's see what this does. If I come over and run this, refresh my page, don't press me, it does that and sets the background of the button to red, which is very interesting there. So what's going on here is we can use the event object and the event target to actually know which element was triggering this event. And then we can do something with that event target. And this is often very useful. Now, this thing is just a variable. Sometimes you will see this. If you look around on Stack Overflow, you'll see people pass it in as EVT, in which case this would be EVT. Or sometimes you'll see just E. E, that's fine. It's kind of nice and short. You could call it whatever you want. It represents, call it chickens if you want to. It doesn't make sense to call it chickens. Chickens target style doesn't really make any sense. So usually event makes sense, or EVT or E, but you'll see it represented in different ways. If you look around on the web, if you look at Stack Overflow, you'll see people putting in different values for that event. But the thing that we're passing in here is the event object, just to be really clear about that. One of the ways the event object is used most frequently is to prevent default behavior. And this is especially true when we're working with forms and with the submission of forms. We want to prevent the default submission of the form so that we can do something with that form data before it's submitted. And so we'll use that frequently. But let's just take a look at a really simple example of this here. So if I go over to my code editor over here, I have just a link to Google here, just a normal anchor tag with an href going to Google. And down here I have a variable link, document query selector A is going to go into my document and find the first anchor tag that it finds, which is the only one on the page. And then I've got attached to that link, add event listener. When you click, pass in the event. And we'll use the event object in combination with event prevent default, the prevent default method, to keep that default method from happening, the default action from happening. In this case, we won't go to Google. So I could do alert. Sorry, no Google for you. Something like that, or whatever you like. So now if I test this page and I come over to my events page and refresh here, I now have a link to Google, and when I click it, I get sorry, no Google for you, and the page does not go to Google. But it's really the event prevent default that's keeping it from going to Google. If I were to come back and comment this line out here, you'll see what we get over here. If I refresh, I get the sorry, no Google for you, but then it'll actually go to Google, okay? Because the event prevent default is needed in order to keep that default event from happening. So this is a particularly useful function that we can use with the event object, is prevent default, and we'll be using that frequently in a number of our projects. There's a lot more on events, and if you want another take on the basics, you could go to this MDN web docs page on Introduction to Events. I'll put the link in with the lesson so you can click it and look through this page. And this page gives you a very thorough overview of events and the way they work in JavaScript, and some of the more advanced things that they get into, like bubbling and propagation and all this kind of stuff, we'll look at later in the course. But this will give you a thorough introduction to events in JavaScript here as well. What we're going to do next is actually capture some different types of events and see what we can do with them in JavaScript. So the first one we'll look at is the submission of a form. So let's take a look at this example really quickly in the code over here. And I recommend that you actually type these out and save them, because they're going to be really helpful to come back to when you do the event challenges coming up, or for some of our other projects. It'll be helpful for you to have these little small scripts to reference to see how to do things later. So I recommend typing them out. So here I am over here. I've got a form on my page here, and it's set to method get. We'll see why in a few minutes here. And down here, I'm going to just get my form and stick it into a variable, var my form. Document, I'm going to use my document query selector method to get the form. There's only one on the page, so I don't have to do anything special there. If I had multiple forms, I could give it an ID, and then I could get it by the ID, and that would be fine too. But since I only have one, that's kind of nice and easy, and that's great. That gets me my form. And then I'm going to put an event listener on that form, my form dot add event listener. And the event that I'm going to look for this time is the submission of the form, submit, if I could spell it right. Before, we looked for a click, and often we want to capture clicking of things. But in this case, we want to capture the submission of the form. So I'm going to look for a submit, and then I'm going to run a function when the form is submitted. I'm going to put an extra space here to make it really clear that these things are in here, okay? So we're looking for a submit, and then we're going to run a function. Put a semicolon there. And then what I'm going to do is going to go inside the function here. Now, the very first thing I'm going to do is I want to stop the normal submitting of the form. I want to do something other than that. So I'm going to pass in my event object here. In this case, I'm just going to use E as a shortcut. And then down here, I can do e.preventDefault. Now this could be event or EVT. Sometimes E is confused with error, so maybe being a little bit more explicit is better. But this should still work just fine. Okay, so I'm going to prevent the default submission of the form. Great, so we got that working. Next, I'm going to actually get the value that somebody types in this field up here. And I'm just going to alert it back to them. It's not very exciting, but it gives me kind of an idea of something I could do. So I'm going to do var form data equals document dot query selector. And I'm going to just do input. In this case, because this will actually go and find the first input, it's going to find this input here. And really what I want is the dot value. Okay, so I want to get that property, the value property of this input here. Now, if you're not familiar with HTML or not very familiar with it, I can add a value here, value equals bill. And that will come up by default. But if somebody types a value into the field, then that default value would be replaced with whatever they type into the field. So I'm getting that value property. Since I'm not adding the property there explicitly, it'll be whatever somebody types into the field. Okay, so then I can just alert form data. And now if we go try this, I need to open my file again. Events, open, here it is. And if I type something in here, bill, and submit, you'll see it says bill. And the form data is not processed. The prevent default has kept this from happening. So if I comment this out for a second, watch what happens here. Refresh this. If I type bill again, and now if I click submit, you'll notice it does that, but then it actually processes the form, and I can see that up here because I use the get variable. I use the get method. It's actually putting the value that I typed into that field up in the URL. By default, a form element, when you submit it, the default behavior is that it will go to whatever you set the action here. If I had an action equals processor.php, some other file that's going to process the data, it would go to that page, or it would try to. In this case, it won't be able to because that page doesn't exist. If I do Bill submit, it's going to do that. And then it's going to go look for processor.php, but that page doesn't exist. So it either tries to go there, or it just refreshes. If I don't put an action attribute up here, it will just refresh this page. And often I don't want to refresh the page. I want to use JavaScript to capture this data and do something with it. So that's why I'm doing prevent default down here. And I'm passing in this event. And E, again, is a little bit unclear. Maybe use EVT instead if you want to keep it short. And that will pass in that event object and prevent the default behavior so that we can do what we want to do with JavaScript in here. It's very useful, very, very useful. You know how to work with the click event, and now you know how to work with the submit event. Now we can have some fun with mouse over and mouse out events in HTML and with JavaScript. So this is the HTML here. So create a page with this HTML in here, and all I have is an H1 that says roll your mouse over the boxes and a div here. And we can roll our mouse over these two elements. And what we're going to do here, I'll give you a second. You can pause this video and add this into a file. Make sure you add the style with the div and set the width and the height to 50 pixels and the background color to red, so that we can apply this style and do some fun stuff with mouse over and mouse out. And now let's take a look at the script we can actually write to do this here. So let's go ahead and do this over here. So to begin with, I'm going to make some variables for my heading and for the box to get those two elements. So let's start with that. So down here in my script, var heading equals document.querySelector h1 and var div or my div equals document.querySelector div. So that will get those two elements there. I also want to change this text to roll your mouse over the box. Let's do that. And then let's just go see what this page is looking like. If I come over here and refresh this, I have a box and I have directions to roll my mouse over the box. So now I'm going to put an event listener on the box so that when I roll my mouse over the box, it's going to change the inner HTML of this div right here. So we're going to add this here, box add event listener. When we mouse over the box, we're going to change the inner HTML. For the heading, the mouse is over the box. So let's do that one. Box dot add event listener. I guess I should have called this box to make this match my slide. Add event listener. And we're looking for a mouse over event. And then when that happens, we're going to run a function. Like so. we'll put the cursor in here, and then we're going to say, okay, when we roll over that box, we're going to go get the heading and change its inner HTML. And remember, that's a property, so we use the equal sign, and we're going to change it to something like the mouse is over the box. Let's see if that works. Let's test that. I'm going to come back to my page over here. Refresh. When I roll over the box, the mouse is over the box. Great, so that works, but now it's stuck there. It's changed that content. So now I want to do something where when I mouse out of the box, I'm going to change the heading to the mouse has left the box. So it's another, I'm adding two event listeners to box, both mouse over and mouse out. And this is part of the power of using the add event listener method, is that we can have we can be listening for multiple events on one object, which is really kind of handy. So let's do that. I'm going to come back here, and rather than type this all from scratch, I'm just going to copy, paste, change this to mouse out. The mouse has left the box. Cool, that's great. Let's go give that a try. Roll your mouse over the box, so the mouse is over the box. When I leave the box, the mouse has left the box. Mouse is over the box, mouse has left the box. So I can go back and forth. But it'd be kind of nice if I could return the page to its default state without having to click the refresh button. And so I'm going to add one more event listener for the header, so when I roll over the header, it puts the original text back in there, like this. Roll your mouse over the box. I have boxes there, but really there's one box. So let's just fix that right here. And I'm just going to copy this and paste it, but I'm no longer working with box. I'm going to put it on heading. Add event listener, mouse over, and I'm going to put the same text that I have here in here for the heading to put it back to its default state of where it was before. Let's give that one last try, see if it's all working right. Oops. Refresh the wrong page there. But now I can roll over the box, roll off it, and the event listeners are working. If I roll over the header, it puts it back to its original state. So this is a really great example of how we can use event listeners and mouse over and mouse out to change content on the page. Plus, you're making use of the inner HTML property, that element property, that's taking that element and actually replacing the HTML inside of it with something else, which is really, really very powerful and kind of fun. So now you're starting to see we can actually do some interesting things to web pages, and we're no longer just putting stuff in the console. The next event type that we can look at capturing are scroll events. So change the HTML on the page that we just had to something like this. I've just changed the height to 5,000 pixels and for this div that's on the page. So I've got capturing scroll events and just an empty div that's set to 5,000 pixels high. And I've set it to 5,000 pixels high so we have something to scroll. Otherwise, there's nothing to really scroll, and we can't really capture that event. Okay, great. So once you've got that in place, and you can pause this and go ahead and put that in there so that you've got that HTML in place and that CSS in place. Once you've done that, we can go ahead and take a look at the script for capturing scroll events. And here we go. So I've got a script here, and it's really pretty simple. It's a pretty simple script, but we're going to capture the scroll event and see what we can do with it. So let's try this out. Over here in my script, the first thing I'm going to do is create a variable called page top. And this variable is undefined at this moment. I've created a variable page top. And then I'm going to create an event listener. And the event listener in this case is going to go on the window object. So I can actually do window.addEventListener. So I can listen for events for the window, and I can listen for a scroll event. And then I'm going to run a function when the scroll event happens. Okay, so we've got a function that's going to run here. And what I want to do here is I want to take page top and update its value. It started out as no value at all, but I'm going to update the value of page top. Page top is going to be equal to window page Y offset. So we're going to set it to that. And then I'm just going to console log out page top. For now, just so we can kind of see what's going on as we're scrolling the page. So a couple of things you might be wondering. One is, why am I defining the variable here? I could just put var there, but let's stick with this for the moment, and then I'll come back and answer that question once we see what this does. I'm going to go over to my browser over here, and here's my page. I'm going to refresh that. And here's my div that's 5,000 pixels tall. I have my inspector open and the console selected over here, so I can actually see as I scroll my page, it's capturing that thing here, but it's not working right. I can see that the script is firing, but my 0 is not changing here. What did I do as a mistake? Let's go take a look at my code. This is a really great example of something that I did wrong here. And this happens all the time. This will happen to you. Don't feel bad. I'm kind of glad this kind of thing happens here. Notice I set page X offset. That's going to keep track of whether the page is moving horizontally or moving left and right horizontally. Page Y offset was the one that I wanted. And you may have caught that as I was saying it earlier, that I had typed in the wrong thing there. But I'm going to change that to page Y offset here. And now let's go see if that works properly. Come back here, refresh my page, and you'll notice as I scroll, it's telling me how many pixels down I've scrolled. I can scroll down, or I could scroll up. And you'll notice as I scroll up, the numbers will get smaller because the page Y offset is telling me how far from the top of the page am I down the page here. And I should be able to go down to 5,000 because I made my element 5,000 pixels. Not quite 5,000 tall there, but you get the idea. Now, one thing to note here is that this event listener is firing very, very often. A couple things to note. It's firing very, very often. It's firing every time I scroll just a little bit. This event listener is going 1, 2, 3, boom. Every single time I scroll just a little bit, it's firing that event listener. So that makes the scroll event listener very expensive in terms of processing and the kinds of things that JavaScript is doing. So you need to be very careful with the window add event listener scroll event because it's going to fire frequently. That brings me back to this. I could have just put var page top here instead of defining it here. But every time I scroll just a tiny little bit, it's going to recreate, it's going to ask JavaScript to recreate the page top variable from scratch and then assign a value to it. Whereas if I do it up here, it's a little bit less expensive because now I'm just updating the value of page top. I create the variable once and then update the variable as I scroll down the page. It's not a big difference. You're not going to notice a huge difference in this example, but it's kind of important to mention because when we talk about creating events that are about scrolling the page, we need to be really careful about what we're asking JavaScript to do because your page can get bogged down really quickly, keeping track of all of these scroll events that are happening. And there are some techniques you can use to sort of mitigate the effects of that. And we'll look at some of those later in this course. Okay, but for right now, all I want you to be really aware of is that we can actually capture the scrolling of the window in this way that's very effective here. If I scroll back up to the top and refresh and scroll down, you'll see it's capturing those numbers. So this is actually a really effective way of doing it. One last thing I want to mention while we're here about the scroll event is notice it doesn't capture every single pixel. If I scroll slowly enough, I'll capture a lot of them, but you can see I've missed a few of them in there. If I scroll really fast, it will skip lots of them more frequently. So that's another thing to pay attention to. If you're looking for a very specific pixel, it's harder to get with the scroll event. Another simple example that we can look at is watching for a resize of the window. And this is useful in responsive design. So let's take a look at this one really quickly as well. I have an H1 here, resize the window. I don't need my div anymore. I can get rid of that. And I can also get rid of my style tag up here. Get rid of the whole style tag. I don't really need that anymore either. But down here, I can actually do another window.addEventListener. But in this case, the event we're going to look for is a resize. I'm looking for a resize of the window. And then we'll run a function. And then I'm just going to add 2 console log statements in here so I can watch for resizing both the width and the height of the window. So I'm going to do console.log parentheses, and in here I'm going to use my tick marks and put in here the window width is I think it's window.inner width. Is that right? Let me check my slide over here. Window.inner width. Yes, and window.inner height. Window.inner width. And that's a variable, so I'm going to put a $sign and a curly brace. And at the end, I put a curly brace. And then I'm going to just copy this console log here so I don't have to type it all again and paste it in here. Window.window height is window.inner height. Inner width and inner height are properties that belong to the window. So we can actually get a number of pixels for the window with this, and that will actually work pretty nicely. So those are a couple more properties to add to your list of properties that you know about. So I can come over here and go to my events page. I'm going to refresh this. And if I actually pull this off of here, and let me see if I can position it just right here. There we go. And then I'm going to resize this window. And as I do that, you can see that I'm getting some comments over here about how wide and how width. Window height is undefined. Well, I did something wrong with my window inner height. Let's go see what I did wrong over there. Window inner height with a capital H. There we go. That happens to the best of us. And now let's try it again. All right, so now I'm getting, the width is changing because I'm changing the width here. And then if I come down here and change the height, you can see the height is changing. So there we go. We have a tool that we can use to find out how wide our window is and how tall our window is. And this is extremely useful in JavaScript. And the resize event can be very useful too if you're doing something with responsive design. The next type of event that we're going to capture is when you've pressed a key on your keyboard. So that's kind of interesting that we can capture that. Imagine creating games that you could play where you're pressing keys on your keyboard and things happen in the browser or something like that. That would be kind of fun. So over here on your HTML page, we can just add a script. And this time we're going to actually attach the event listener to the document itself. So let's just do that. That's kind of a really simple thing to do. So let's come over here and I've got key down event, press a key, and I'm going to actually say document.addEventListener. And in here, I'm going to look for a key down event. You could also look for key up or some other types of events that have to do with keys as well. Function. And then I'm just going to alert a key was pressed. Okay, great. So let's go over and give that a try over here. If I refresh this page and press a key, I get a key was pressed. That's cool. So that's working great. I can detect when a key was pressed. Now, we can check to see that a key was pressed, but it'd be kind of nice to know which key was pressed. And we can find that out through using the which property on our event. So let's give that a try real quick. So I'm going to pass in here my event object. And then in here, instead of using my quotes, I'm going to use the tick marks and say the event.which key was pressed. An event.which is a variable, so I'm going to put a $sign and a curly brace, and then a curly brace. And let's give that a try. So now when I press the J key, I get the 74 key was pressed. So I'm getting a code that goes with each key. If I press the L key, I get a 76. If I press an A key, I get a 65. So I can do this kind of thing to find this sort of stuff out. Now, what's interesting here is that the which property has been deprecated. I just found out about this recently. And so more recently than I put together this lesson. So this is something that happens with JavaScript and with web stuff in particular, is that things change. And part of learning about the web is getting comfortable with finding out when things change and what to do about it. And from my understanding, the which property was deprecated because keyboard layouts can change a lot all over the world. So they decided that that was not the good way to go. And if you come over here to this MDN page, you can actually find out a lot about the different events. And down here, it'll actually say that the keyboard which key has been deprecated. Now, the reality is that browsers will support it for a long, long time to come. You could certainly use it, but they're saying, you shouldn't use that. You should use event keyboard key instead. So let's give that a try real quick. I'm back here on my page, and I'm going to change which to key, because that's what the MDN says I should do. And they're sort of the most authoritative resource on this stuff. So let's go over and sort of check that out over here. If I refresh my page, if I press the F key, now I'm not only getting not a number, but I'm actually getting the F key was pressed. If I press a Y, I get the Y key was pressed. So that's kind of interesting and useful. We've captured a lot of different types of events now, from the click event to the submission of a form to the mouse over and mouse out and scrolling and capturing keys. There are all types of events, and these are just a few examples. There are plenty more events that you can capture, and you can look up the full list on the Mozilla Developer Network if you want to sort of really poke through them all. But these will keep you busy for quite a while, just these few events. And by capturing these events and combining that with manipulating the page, we can do some really interesting things in our web pages now. And you really have a lot of the basics that you need as a foundation to start building interesting interactive web pages. So we'll be going on from here, and we'll be talking about a few more basic concepts and techniques, and then we'll be practicing a lot of this stuff and building some projects so you can actually try it out. Plus, there's lots of challenges along the way, challenge exercises and challenges within the projects for building stuff. And hopefully you find it fun and are willing to come along with me on this journey and continue to put what you've learned with JavaScript to use in actually making some interesting, fun things. The next topic we need to get into is the way scope works in JavaScript. And this is an important thing to understand, because in JavaScript, when JavaScript was originally written, you have to keep in mind that they really thought that it was going to be very short scripts that were used on web pages to do some interactive things, and that was about it. They didn't expect JavaScript to become a general all-purpose programming language at that point. So scope was not really very big of a concern. But JavaScript has become a general programming language, and scope is now a pretty big concern, and we need to be careful about it. And this is another thing in the language that is potentially problematic and that you want to be really clear about and have some best practices around so you don't make mistakes and get unexpected results and spend a lot of time chasing down bugs in your code, because that's no fun. So let's talk about how scope works. If we look at this script over here, and I'm actually going to switch to my code editor over here, so I have this written over here. I have a variable called a variable, and it's in the global scope. It's not defined, it's defined within the script tag, but it's not defined within any sort of function. And then I have a variable also called a variable in the local scope. And then I'm going to run test scope, this function here, which should print out this variable. And then I'm going to console log out a variable, which should print out that variable. Let's see if that actually works. I'm going to open a new tab here and do Control-O and open up scope and click open. And we get that. And I'm going to do inspect. And I'm going to move this thing down to the bottom and click on console. And you can see this is in the local scope and this is in the global scope. So I have two variables with the same name with two different values. And that's kind of bad. It's not really a great thing to have happen there. But you can do that kind of thing with JavaScript. And it's not great. So what does local scope mean? Well, let's do this for a second. Let's go ahead and take this out of here and then run that file again. Now, this one's running because it's inside the local scope, but the one that says this says a variable is not defined. Because what happens here is that I cannot access, if this variable doesn't exist, I can't access this one from outside this function because this variable is only accessible within inside the scope of this function. And so that's what local scope means, is that it's local to inside the function and I can't access it outside the function. And that can be very important for making sure that we don't have problems with our variables. Okay, great. Even worse, this is what happens when things get even worse. In JavaScript, and we've seen this before, is if I make a variable and I forget to use the var keyword, that variable automatically becomes part of the global scope. So I'm going to go ahead and add this in here and see what happens. I'm going to make another variable called oops global, but I'm not going to use the var keyword equals, quote, this is accidentally global. And then down here, you'll notice I can access that variable even though it's defined, kind of defined, because I didn't use the var keyword. It's not really defined inside the function. It belongs to the window. So now you'll notice when I run this over here, this one runs. So I couldn't access the local scope variable because it was inside the function, but because I forgot to use the var keyword here, if I put var in front of this, that will no longer be global and we'll get that error happening again. So this is kind of a bad thing in JavaScript, is that you could accidentally leave out var, just a keyword, and the variable will still be defined, but it'll be defined at the wrong scope level. And that could lead to all kinds of problems. One strategy that we can use to deal with the global scope and trying to prevent problems there is to just never use the global scope whenever possible. So here you can see I have a very simple script that is doing what we've done before. It's going in to our document, getting our paragraphs, and then using a loop to change all the color for each paragraph to red in that loop one at a time. It's going through and looping that. But here, my P's is in the global scope, the variable I is in the global scope, all of this stuff is in the global scope. So that could be problematic. So what can we do about that to keep it out of the global scope? One thing we can do is we can use what's called an IIFE, or an immediately invoked function expression. Basically, we wrap all of that stuff inside of a function that will just run automatically when the page loads. So we could take all our script and stick it inside of one of these sort of self-running functions, and it will just run and do its thing inside the function. And it'll keep the variables local to that function. So let's take a look at how to do this really quickly. Over here, I have my script, and you can see that I'm getting my paragraphs, and I've got my for loop here, and it's going through and doing that kind of thing. And then if I come back here and actually run this thing, you can see that it's actually turning these paragraphs red. So that's all working and working as expected. The way to use the IIFE, the immediately invoked function expression, is like this. We type a set of parentheses, and then inside the parentheses, we put a function, which has its own parentheses and its own curly braces. And then we add one more set of parentheses to force it to run. And we can put a semicolon at the end of that. And then when we click in here, we can actually take this entire thing and stick it inside of that function. There we go. And now that function will run when the page loads. So if I come over and refresh it, you'll see it just runs and it works just the same as before. But what's different now is that these variables are now local to this function and they're not in the global space. So down here, if I do console.log myPs, I'm going to get an error, which is what I want. I want to make sure that I cannot access the variable myPs in the global scope. So if I do that and then come back over here and run this again, it'll run fine. But if I inspect, you'll see in the console, I'm getting an error. MyPs is not defined because it's not in the global scope. So again, I'm going to do that one more time because the syntax is just terrible, but it really is helpful for making sure everything stays in the local scope there of this function. So I'm going to get rid of that again. And I'm going to just do this one more time. So we start with a pair of parentheses, and in there we add a function with its parentheses and its curly braces. And then to make it run immediately, we put another set of parentheses like that. And I'm going to just put a semicolon at the end. And then this is what's going to hold all our code. So we put that in between the curly braces, move that down, and then all of this stuff can just go inside here. Like so. And once you've typed this function expression a few times, you'll get comfortable with it. And then that will work just fine. And it keeps everything local to this function expression. There are a few more things that I want to say about this while we're here. This is also called namespacing because we are making sure that the space for the name for this variable is set so that it's within this function. So that's actually a namespacing thing. And namespacing has to do with where things are available. Another thing to point out is that any function in JavaScript is a closure, really. All functions are closures. Anything that you put inside of a function is going to keep those variables from creeping out into the global scope, unless you forget the var keyword. And we'll get to a fix for that in a minute. But that's an important thing. And often when we talk about closures in JavaScript, if you look it up on YouTube, closures in JavaScript, although technically any function is a closure, really what people are talking about, usually when they're talking about closures, is not just keeping the variables local to the function, but also being able to get data out of those closures as well. And we're not talking about that part at this point. We'll deal with that in a more advanced course. But here, we're just looking at how do we keep the variables inside the closure for this particular function here. How do we keep it inside there so that it doesn't pollute the global scope? And that's the terminology that we use, polluting the global scope. And one of the reasons why we don't want to pollute the global scope is we could be combining scripts from other people, and they could have variables with the same names, and then these variables could collide with each other, and you could get unexpected results because you think a variable is holding one value, but in fact it's holding another because it's coming from another script because they didn't keep their variable values local and they let them creep into the global scope. Those are some of the problems that you can run into with more complex scripts. So there's that. One last thing I want to go over really quickly here about the immediately invoked function expressions is we can make a function. Here I have my doStuff function back again, and I can call it this way with doStuff. But any function can be immediately invoked. So if I comment out doStuff here, that's not going to do anything. It's just going to define the function. But I could put a parenthesis in front of this and a parenthesis at the end of it, and then a set of parentheses and a semicolon. And now that function will run. doStuff will run right off the bat without having to actually call it like this. So this is an immediately invoked function as well. So if I do that and then come over here, save that, and then come over here and test it, you'll see it runs just fine and it does everything it needs to do. However, we're using the anonymous function here, this anonymous function here, just as an anonymous function that will just automatically run. And I have that page open over here in the MDN for the IIFE, the immediately invoked function expression, which will explain more about how this works and what it does. It's kind of a useful technique that we have at our disposal. Okay, great. We'll look at the next thing in the next video. The first strategy was to use some sort of closure with namespacing to make sure that variables stay out of the global scope. The second strategy is to use this useStrict directive. And this is something that came out as part of ES5, which again came out in 2009, because it was recognized fairly early on that the issue of forgetting to use the var keyword when defining a new variable is really very problematic, or potentially very problematic. So we want to have that not happen. And let's take a look at how this works, because this is kind of interesting. So over here, I have a variable, and I didn't put var here like that. So I've left off the keyword. So this new var is going to get defined in the global scope. And it is in the global scope anyway, because we're not inside of a function, but that's okay. We can do this, and we can console log that out. And I can save that and go over and run it over here in my browser, and you'll see that that variable gets sent out to the console log as described there, which is fine. But if I add the useStrict directive in here, useStrict, like so. And this is a directive. So we put that in there, and then watch what happens. If I come over and try to run this script again. Uncut reference error, new var is not defined. So useStrict will keep me from accidentally forgetting the var keyword. If I put that in, it'll work just fine. There we go. Now, again, this was something that came out as part of ES5 back in 2009, and that's kind of a very interesting and useful tool to keep us from doing this. And if we combine these two things together, the IIFE or the closure, if we make sure that everything is enclosed inside of a function, and the useStrict directive, if we do those two things together, we'll be making really big progress towards making sure that our variables are staying within the proper scope for our functions and everything. So that's really great. And as you go forward with working with scripts, I strongly recommend that you use both of these two things. And I'm going to give you sort of an exercise that will help you with practicing this in just a few minutes, I just want to show you one more strategy that's going to help us with scope before we do that. The third strategy that will help us with keeping track of scope is to use const and let as keywords for defining variables instead of var. So const and let were introduced into the language. They were added to the language as part of ES6 or ES 2015. And they both help to minimize the chances that a variable holds an unexpected value. Const will hold a value, but once you've set the value for a variable, you cannot change the value of that variable while the script runs. So that will keep you from accidentally reassigning a value to a variable that has been defined using the const keyword. So here I've got const cheese equals yummy. And now that that's been set, while the script runs, it cannot be changed. The let keyword allows you to change the variable, but it has block level scope. So here, let I equals 0, that I is only available as a variable inside this for block, this for loop block, and it won't be available outside of the for loop block. So that adds a third level of scope to JavaScript. Previously, we had the global scope and we had scope inside functions, but we didn't have any block level scope. Now we've got a block level scope. Let's take a look at a couple of these examples. First, let's look at const. So here I have cheese equals yummy, and I can console log that out. But if I try to assign a different value to cheese, I'm going to get an error. Let's just see. I have that over here in my code editor here, and that's great. So we can try to run that and see what we get. When I run that over here, what I get is uncut type error, assignment to constant variable. Cheese is yummy ran, that ran fine, but I could not assign a new value to that variable without getting an error. And that's going to keep me from accidentally assigning a new value to that variable when I don't want to, or I want to make sure it doesn't change. So that's going to really help. The next thing we can look at is the let keyword and using that instead of var. And we'll do this with a for loop. So let's go over to our code editor and put this one in really quickly. I'm going to just make a quick for loop here for. And instead of using var I, I'm going to use let I equals 0. Oops, 0, not O. Let I equals 0. While I is less than 10, something like that. Let's do it like that. There we go. I plus plus. And then curly braces console.log I. And if I test this, you'll see that I will get printed out 10 times. That's as expected. So that's working just the same way as as var. But if I come back here, if I try to do console.log, use my tick marks, the value of I is I, but make that a variable, $, curly brace, that's going to generate an error because I've used the let keyword and this has block level scope. Let's see that in action. I is not defined. Whereas if I were to come back here and change this keyword to var, that doesn't have block level scope. So if I save that, the value of I is 10 because it's gone through the whole loop and it got up to 10. So with var, we don't have block level scope, but with let we do. So with our third strategy here, what we should do is never use var to define variables anymore. Instead, we can use const or let. And in general, use const whenever you can. Use const by default. And then if you actually have to have a variable change values, like you will in a loop, then you can use let. But mostly stick with const as much as possible. One last thing I want to talk about before we're done with talking about scope is hoisting in JavaScript. And this has to do with where variables and functions are defined. Generally speaking, functions and variables get hoisted in JavaScript, meaning JavaScript looks at the file and it sees that variables have been used, so it hoists them up to the top, as well as functions as well get hoisted up to the top. Let's see an example of this really quickly. So for example, if I use the var keyword to define cheese, but I console log cheese out first, see what happens. So over here in my code editor, I have console log cheese, and then I'm defining the variable after I'm trying to run it in the console. Notice what I get over here. If I refresh this page, I get undefined because the variable has not been defined at the point at which I'm using it, but it knows that it exists because of the hoisting. Whereas if I change that variable declaration there to const, watch what happens. Now I get an error. And you may be thinking, why would I want an error? Well, really, what we're trying to avoid is unexpected results. And if you can explicitly get an error that says that it didn't get called right, then that's better than getting something that's undefined or something that's unexpected. So in this case, even though we don't really want errors, it helps us identify problems in our scripts before they become big problems and bugs that are difficult to track down. Great, so with that, you've learned a lot about the scope in JavaScript and the different strategies for dealing with scope in JavaScript. And they include, first and foremost, using some sort of closure or namespacing with the immediately invoked function expression to keep variables out of the global scope. That's number one. Number two, use the useStrict declaration to do that and keep that going. And then number three, or the useStrict will keep us from having variables that are accidentally declared without using the var keyword or any keyword from going into the global scope. And then number three, use const and let as keywords to define variables. Those three strategies together will really help with making sure your scripts are more bulletproof and less prone to bugs and mistakes. The scope techniques that we just discussed take some getting used to.